Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And here we are, back again, chugging along. You know,
what episode number is this?
This is 54, I believe. Mm-hmm. We're almost...
Will you still need us when we're 54?
Yeah, 64.
No, I know that.
Okay. I'm just checking.
No, when we get to that number, though, we're going to have to...
Well, next episode will be 55! So,
what a random movie it's going to be with that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, our movie for today, though, we're continuing our 10-film crime film slate, is The Killing of a Chinese Bookie from... Well, the theatrical cut's 76, I believe.
Yeah.
And the director's cut came out in 78.
Mm-hmm.
Directed by John Cassavetes, Cassavetes, I don't know. Cassavetes.
Got any of them Vetes?
Yeah.
How you liking the rain, girl?
John Cassavetes, who's one of our favorite directors,
yeah.
And we've been anticipating this day, you know, that he's one of our favorite filmmakers, and this is our first movie from him. There's a good amount of movies I think off the top of my head that I actually like a little more than this, but it does fit into some interesting things about him that we're going to talk about. But before we even dive in to the $45 seafood buffet that will be the Blue Plate Special, we want to talk just a little bit briefly about our own little trip to Myrtle Beach we just got back from, North Myrtle, technically.
We're going to dive off of that broken pier right into that.
Had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
We hadn't been in Myrtle Beach
since 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
Yeah.
It's a place that we spent a lot of time going to as kids.
Mm-hmm.
Still quite nostalgic for.
We'd stay more in South Myrtle.
At
Lakewood Campground specifically near Powerland.
The last so many years though, we've stayed more so in North Myrtle
and Cherry Grove.
Cherry
Grove.
Oh,
Cherry Grove.
Very musical oriented episode already. But I had a great time. Any thoughts on Myrtle Beach in general?
Well, I mean,
beach trips.
Yeah, we haven't been in a while, and I like coming back. Now, the last time we had been at a beach would have been 2020. We went to the Outer Banks. The year before that, we went to Tybee Island in Georgia. Glad y'all care about where all we've been.
Yeah.
And then last year we went to Williamsburg, Virginia.
I love that. That was a great trip.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed this a little more just because it was more of we were at a beach, and it was a little more of just a hangout trip, because as much as I love the Williamsburg trip, it was constantly, we were very busy that whole time, going to everything, and I felt kind of tired by the end of it.
Yeah.
We were still kept busy.
More leisurely, though.
Yeah, it wasn't as like, oh, we got to do this, we got to do that, and all the time, and yeah. Yeah,
you love getting up early with Dad.
Yeah, we went out about 5 and walked on the beach and went and got some shells and stuff. And
I always want to do that.
I
always so want to get up and see the sunrise, but I can't help but just say, it's vacation time.
Well, I'll say the other mornings I was like, I'm going to sleep in because I was tired that day. But, I mean, I enjoyed that. We went and did some things that we hadn't done before, which I guess we can talk about a little bit. We went to a murder mystery theater at the House of Blues.
Which we've
at
never
Beaufort
been
Landing.
really to the House of Blues before.
No, I think
and-
we've been to the gift shop before.
Yeah.
Years
I do
ago,
remember that, yeah.
and I saw that they had a $20 DVD of the Blues Brothers at the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay that.
It's
for that.
obviously
But-
ran by, I'm not sure to the extent, but at least founded by
Dan
Ben Aykroyd.
yeah,
who's, of course, in
originally
the Blues Brothers. But we didn't even really eat in the restaurant, but we did walk in there a little bit, and just all the folk art on the walls and on the outside too is very, very cool. I'd like to actually eat at the restaurant sometime. But the Murder Mystery Tour, or Murder Mystery Theater, I should say, I guess, was fine.
Murder Mystery Tour. Step right this way. Come on, come out for a Murder Mystery Tour. This really is a musical podcast.
Was good, fine enough.
Yeah.
The biggest problem is that it was just kind of a big, kind of
Like a
Eaton
banquet
Hall
hall,
conference
yeah.
room
Yeah.
almost. But they had the way they had the table set up. You were constantly moving your head while you're trying to eat and listen to what's going on. It was just not a space that was really,
Yeah.
I don't think, ideally set up.
And the chairs were sucked too. They were really hard
Yeah,
to sit in.
and they tried to play it like, oh, it could be anyone in this room, but we all knew pretty quickly that it was going to be one of the.
Yeah, the people who were
involved.
obviously talking and doing things.
But that makes the most sense anyway.
Yeah,
So that's not
yeah.
really a
Because
complaint.
I was kind of worried about that because I was like, I don't want to have to be involved in this. Because originally I thought it was just you just go and things happen. You just stuff food in your mouth
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, the murder or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. And it mostly actually was that. But they encourage you to kind of go along with it, try and figure it out on your own and sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I actually figured out who the murderer was, but I didn't get all the details right about why and everything.
Yeah.
But because some of the clues it based on really arcane references to things that I wouldn't know,
Yeah.
that I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that's a thing.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like something a little bit for, and I normally don't say things like this, but older people that would know some of these random things, not even like movies and TV stuff, just like random stuff to do with food companies that I was not aware of. And I was like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Little hints that would have made sense. But, other than that, I enjoyed it, but
Well, that was also just one iteration
right,
of that.
and so
I'm sure there are better versions
it would
of
be,
it.
yeah. I would like to go to more of those, but our mom, we've always wanted to do that. Our mom really wanted
Yeah.
to do it, and so
We also went
that.
to, I don't know what officially the name of it was.
It was a Polynesian fire luau
Yeah.
down at the St. John's Inn
Yeah.
in Myrtle Beach. Yeah,
That was a lot of fun,
Yeah.
and we loved that a lot.
Mhm.
And you're someone who really loves and appreciates kind of tiki culture and kind of from afar Polynesian culture. How did that scratch those itches
well,
for you
to
or
compare
enhance that?
yeah,
too?
to compare it to the dinner theater, we saw this consecutive nights. We went to the murder mystery theater thing on a Tuesday,
Yeah.
and then the luau was on a Wednesday. So we go in. I was kind of wary about the whole thing because as a lover of tiki culture and Polynesian culture, I know how, first of all, kind of it can prey on stereotypes, obviously,
Yeah.
and that's a problem with it inherently. But also just the cheapness that it can be. It can just be, oh, we've got the plastic leis and we've got the fake tiki statues and everything. But we immediately walked in and it was just immediately like everything was set up, looking right. It was like, oh yeah, everything about this looks good. The food was really great.
Yeah.
That was like a buffet, which was
Yeah.
way better food than we ate the House of Blues. Now we had said the House of Blues actual food in the restaurant is probably really pretty good.
Yeah.
But that food we got was kind of whatever.
Yeah.
It reminded me kind of food you get at WAG.
Yeah.
At
UNCW.
UNCW.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the food at the luau was really great because the thing I haven't said is the family that puts this on is actually from Samoa.
Yeah.
So they're very
Yeah,
authentic.
they introduced not only them but some
yeah.
other people, what islands from the Polynesian kind of
Islands
areas
are
they're
yeah.
from, you know.
Yeah.
And
it kind of started so you eat and then you just kind of, and it's kind of dark and there's a lot of people in there, but it felt very much like a club that you would go to, like a tiki bar or a club that you would go to in like Hawaii or California somewhere,
Yeah.
Or in Polynesia, anywhere. But they started out with some more, I guess, what you'd call traditional, like, I guess what you would term exotica, like, that the more white folks came and said, oh, this is the kind of music we want to make. Although some of it was some Don Ho music, which I remember. And any listeners of the show will remember that Don Ho's daughter did the It's Alright, It's Okay song that was in Snow Day.
Way back when.
Switchblade 327. Yeah, can't forget that. Go watch our Snowblade, or listen our Snowblade. Go listen to our Snow Day
I think it would
episode,
be good counter programming for now we're in the dead heat of summer.
To go watch Snowblade. I mean Snow Day.
Yeah.
I mean Switchblade 327. But anyway, some Don Ho songs and some other just more traditional stuff that they kind of took. But so that's kind of the first part, and that was really great. And then they actually did some more like explicitly traditional Polynesian dances and percussive songs and different things, and like very authentic stuff of that was really good that they all did. And then at the end they did this whole I guess a fire show where they take these well, I don't even remember what they called them, but they were these like sticks with blades on them, basically, that they caught on fire, and it was like pretty dangerous to actually do because the blade was like that. I don't really know why they would have done that. I guess in the past that was just part of the culture. But yeah, that was really impressive. But I guess the most impressive thing overall was that a lot of the people played the music, they danced, they participated in the fire shows. Like everybody did multiple things.
Yeah, because the main guy, the band leader almost,
the
like
MC,
I kind of expected him just to be a very talented musician, but just someone who was in the background and kind of was the MC.
Right.
But then later on, he got up and danced in front of everybody and knew these and then was one of the main fire show guys.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of like, in a good way, shocked, like, oh wow. And you realize over the course of the whole night that everybody like can do a lot.
Yeah,
There's not anybody there that was just really did one thing. They did a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things like, obviously living in Western North Carolina, I have a very limited view of what Polynesian culture is. It's only delivered to me through pop culture because I've never been to any of these places. But it was just very enlightening and instructive, I think, to see a show like this because it really just put on, they clearly do this out of love.
Yeah, because it wasn't like random other white people that were just like doing this version of this thing that was, inauthentic. It was very much they loved and cared about their culture and were like, we're going to show you what this is authentically, which is what I wanted from it, not just like, oh, let's just do this kind of thing.
And it's one of those things that it was so great that coming after the murder mystery theater, which we liked fine enough, that just blew that out of the water and was like, oh, okay, this
comparable. Literally from the beginning, it was already better. The seats were easy to sit into. So they also do that in I think it's Daytona Beach. It's in Florida somewhere. They do another version of that, which these guys actually go out and do these competitions with the fire stuff. So they probably do that parts of the year and then do this. So I'm not sure exactly what their whole schedule is. But yeah, we highly recommend going to that. I think it's probably one of my favorite things I've ever done or been to, frankly.
Well, what was the name of the hotel again?
St. John's Inn.
St. John's Inn.
It's down like sort of it's not like North Myrtle, but it's like northern Myrtle Beach. It's like the actual Myrtle Beach. It's like a little further north. It's on sort of down there near Ocean Drive. Well, I don't remember if it's called Ocean Drive or not, but down near where the water's at and everything. But it's... and I was surprised too, that the St. John's Inn would let them kind of take that whole room and do that to it because it was very much seemed like it was only made for that purpose. So
I guess they got some deal worked out. I'm not sure how that works exactly, but and then the next night we just ate at a seafood buffet.
Captain Jack's,
which was good.
I
know what you think about this, but we'll talk about it on the podcast. Like buffets in general are something that I'm more and more like not a huge fan of because I just feel this innate pressure to stuff your face as much as possible. and I just don't want to give into that compulsion as
Yeah.
much. Like,
Well, here's the difference for me. See, now where you eat like a regular buffet somewhere, like if you go to Golden Corral, let's say, the buffets are probably, now Golden Corral's a little more expensive. It's like $15 maybe. That's still not that much, but usually buffets are between 10 and 15 depending on where you go. Like, let's say you go to Village Inn, which is one of our favorite restaurants around here, which is a pizza buffet.
Yeah.
That is a good deal for what you're gonna get. Now, if you're going to one of these buffets down there, which is like $40-some a person,
at least,
that's a little, that's a little too much. Well, that's way too much and they have a lot of food. I mean, they have, like they say, 170 items on the buffet or whatever, and that's a lot of stuff. So that's cool, but nobody conceivably can eat that money's worth in that amount of time.
It's just purely, it's like racketeering. They know they can charge that price because people are at the beach, and also seafood buffets, especially the novelty of eating seafood at the beach, is just like they can just charge that price and get away with it. We looked over and there was a table right beside of us, and I saw a dad. He had like 8 people or so with him. I can't quite remember how many, nearly 10. And I saw him sitting down, and he was like just counting to himself how many people were there, and he kind of like rolled his eyes and raised his eyebrows like, oh my God.
I mean, no, it had to have been like $300-400 easy. I don't know how much. I mean, because like that's the other thing. Now, we went in with like, you have to go into these with like bulletproof vests on and plan the whole day about how you're going to do it, because they, you get these coupon books, the monster coupon book down at Myrtle Beach. And you go through them, and I literally spent like 30 minutes looking through each of these to find
the best deal
at the best time, because we're thinking, okay, so we don't want to eat too late, but we also don't want to, eat too early either. So we got to figure out, okay, so there's all these different little asterisks that are on each of these. Like, you get a $7 off coupon at this place, but you only get to eat crab legs, or you go here. So basically, we found the best deal was at Captain Jack's and got $5 off per person. Yeah, that still meant it was $45 per person, so it was $50. Yeah. Now, I've eaten at some of these that are a little cheaper. They're more like around $30, something like that. But the prices have probably gone up because that's been like 8 years ago when we last ate at one of these. But yeah, so we go in. You have to go in like knowing everything that you're going to do. It's like a game, basically. Yeah. But I looked over another family, other than the one you were talking about. They had done the same thing where they had a coupon, clearly, and the woman was telling them, "Okay, it's going to be $45 per person." The guy was like, had this look on his face, like, "Are you blanking kidding me?" And I was thinking, "Yeah, I feel the same thing, brother." Like, I don't know why I had that, but I mean, they're good, and it was like really good food. Yeah, it was. And the crab legs were really good.
Yeah, I had 2 sets of those.
And the prime rib was good too. I thought that. Let's just go through every item. Yeah. But yeah, it's just way too much money. But I mean, that's the thing, is that you're only going to eat this every so often. But frankly, it wasn't that much better than going to like Red Lobster, for example, which is like, really great
and cheaper too.
Yeah, still. And cheaper. But yeah. Another thing that we ate that we should mention is the Paula Deen thing. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what you call that, but it's like the Paula Deen home style blah blah, where you like order certain things and they bring it to your family. That was
awesome.
That was really good too.
Yeah, that
of course,
was great.
We can't go without mentioning Paula Deen's
various
cancellations, I guess you want to call it.
Especially her interview with Matt Lauer.
That's the best thing that she's ever done, either of them, I think, have ever been involved in.
Their best work, yeah.
Yeah, do we maybe want to put a clip of that in here, actually?
Sure, we will. Paula Deen.
Of course, I felt a little weird being there, just because our mom was a big fan of Paula Deen years ago when she was on Food Network. And I like watching her. She was, something from our kitchen to yours.
Well, I think at the time she was something different.
Yeah, right. Because you had like Barefoot Contessa was another one. There was a random period where we watched a lot of Food Network, but Barefoot Contessa and like Bobby Flay and then there was also
Oscar
just
De La Fieri,
now
he's probably been the most enduring figure.
Yeah, because he's still around.
That,
and he kind of has his own deal going on now. But it was really cool there for a while to watch Paula Deen, and then all that regrettable stuff came out about her saying stuff about the black people that worked for her, and she's kind of gotten past that a little bit and apologized for it, and I sort of believe it, sort of don't, whatever. But the food was good, I guess.
I think that was the best meal we had the whole time there.
It probably actually was, because first of all, the cheddar, it was like cheddar biscuits. It was almost like cheddar rolls. I ate like 4 of those.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the thing. Every place that we ate, though, I feel like we were done pretty quickly with the amount that we wanted to eat.
Yeah.
Which is honestly a good sign that we're not eating that much often, But yeah, each of those was like, that probably was the best
but it
one.
was this like, even with Paula Deen, it was like this never-ending thing. Like you could foreseeably keep getting more and more of it and keep eating there forever. And I just think that's kind of cool as an idea, but not really healthy at all. And specifically also with buffets, like, especially with more explicitly buffets, like, this could have been something that could have been a casualty of COVID that could have went away or at least greatly diminished, and I would have been, frankly, more fine with.
Yeah.
But it seems as though, no, we're getting back to normal.
Yeah,
we're going to bring that back and make sure people...
Well, the Golden Corral's practically closed down there for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they've come back officially now because, if you have a spokesperson like Jeff Foxworthy, you just can't go away,
Yeah.
It's like, JFK, the JFK 1991 film, which we've done on this podcast, tagline says the story that won't go away. Jeff Foxworthy is the comic that won't go away.
Too bad,
yeah.
He had a whole new special out a while back, and I remember there were some clips came out about him complaining about, like, cancel culture and, like, giving kids, like, participation trophies, which, let me just say, by the way, about that, it's like, you're the ones who decide this. The kids have no decision whatsoever.
Yeah.
Well, they cried about it. Well, isn't that your job as a parent to, like,
I say sometimes you lose. Yeah,
it's the most aggravating
as
thing.
this movie will teach us today. Sometimes you were a loser. So, by the way, before we move on, finally, we were watching that episode the other night of Seinfeld. One of my favorite ones, The Revenge, where George decides he's going to slip a Mickey to his boss for firing him because he couldn't use his bathroom or whatever, and like he pulled that whole thing where Larry David. It was based on Larry David quitting SNL, and he just like came back after he said, "I quit," and then he realized he needed the insurance, so he was like, "Oh, I need to come back."
So, what do you mean?
What do you mean I quit? And anyway, there's that whole scene where the boss is like, "See, I'm over here, and you're over there. I'll always be a winner, and you'll always be a loser." The way he said the whole thing was almost like heartfelt.
Yeah.
But anyway, that reminded me of that. Also, the best thing about that episode is the whole like, oh, let's put a cinder block in the washing machine. And Kramer's like getting it all in his eyes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we were just talking about that a
the
few
other
days
day,
before.
and then we were watching it, because our cable was out again.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, oh, we got the Seinfeld DVD. Anybody who hasn't tuned out on this podcast already, thank God for you, because we need to keep it going. But anyway, back to Paula Deen.
Yeah.
I kind of felt weird going there just because, funny. But I don't know. It's something my mom wanted to do too, and we've always wanted to do, and the food was worth it. So,
great
why not?
food.
So
great food, good family.
From our kitchen to yours.
Good family entertainment.
Speaking of kitchens.
Yeah, we gotta. I mean, it's been broiling there. I mean, the
seafood
chefs
buffet.
are banging
Don't
on
worry,
the door
our
to
seafood
get it out.
buffet is free because
this podcast will always be free.
Yeah.
So
they say freedom ain't free,
but this podcast sure is
free.
So we just gotta dive into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Mama, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants a large pepperoni? Coming up!
This seafood buffet, which has probably got multiple salmonella microbes in it, is right here.
Thank you very much.
By the way, let me just say that, because I was just thinking it, so somebody'd say, well, Wi-Fi ain't free. It's like, it is if you go to a daggum library. So if we got any people going to libraries to log in and listen to our podcasts, cool on you, although you got to pay taxes. So I guess that's what that goes to. But anyway.
By the way, Wi-Fi should be free, but whatever.
Well, whatever.
Talking about meals of a movie, like a movie that's a whole meal, I should say. Elvis. Now, we've been hyping this up for a while. We responded to the trailer back when it had been released some months ago. This is Baz Luhrmann's latest. His whole movies feel like buffets, or they feel like these
but
incredibly indulgent.
Sometimes they're those
treats.
buffets though, where you're like, "No, I'm done," but then they come by with like a ladle and they like hold the back of your head and make you eat it.
And you're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, and you're like, sure.
Even while you're forcibly being fed it.
Yeah.
So Elvis, again, directed by Baz Luhrmann, starring Austin Butler and Tom Hanks, is about a musician. I don't know if you've heard of him. Elvis Presley, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Elvis is a humongous, mega popular star. All these decades later, I think we've hinted about this a while back. I know back when we did our Snow Day episode, at the end of that, when I read a creative nonfiction story about me going to Snow Day, and I talked a little bit about our grandmother in that. Sandra Bowman, who's our mom's mom. That I remember at the very end of that story of kind of after getting thrown out of the theater, Devil in Disguise being on the radio. I think I added that touch.
You're the devil in disguise.
I think I added that touch. I don't think it was actually playing, but she was a huge Elvis fan. And anytime he came up, she would light up. And she was, again, obviously a teenager in the 50s and the 60s, so that would have been the era, of course, to really most appreciate him. But he obviously had, and that was another thing, too, the thing about this movie that's like how, frankly, brief he was actually around.
Yeah.
As far as a huge celebrity, I mean, really about 20-odd years.
Yeah, because
really,
I didn't know how quickly it was that his initial fame was kind of interrupted by his kind of obscenity charge and then having to go into the army. That was so quick, it seemed like, that happened. Yeah.
And there were some years there, but it seemed like it was pretty quick. But he's been dead nearly 50 years now. And he's still, one of the most iconic pop cultural figures ever. I don't know, there are the different eras of Elvis that this movie also takes a part in depicting. Me, personally, the one I most think of is the 50s Elvis.
Yeah.
When he was a brand new phenomenon. I don't really like to think about the 70s Elvis in many ways because not only was he out of step in some ways with the times, but also just physically the way he looked was not what he used to be.
It's pretty troubling.
And then the 60s Elvis is kind of a conundrum.
Yeah.
Because as someone who deeply thinks and cares a lot about the 1960s, Elvis does not usually enter my contextual understanding of that time period, which I think
just disappeared into Hollywood for a while, which is a weird word to use because he was in so many movies and was still so
a pretty big celebrity and did albums and stuff.
Right.
But this movie tries, its darndest to depict all these eras while also having this long-term view of what his legacy is. Do you think Baz Luhrmann lived up to the task of adapting Elvis Presley into a movie?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that's like...
A single movie especially.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's these certain people that are such pop cultural forces that it's kind of impossible to definitively depict them. I mean, I still think that the most successful version of such a thing is I'm Not There.
The Bob Dylan. Tom Haynes directed,
yeah, because that is so different, of doing that. This still operates under...
kind of a conventional Hollywood biopic.
And there are major differences with that we'll talk about in a minute. But, I mean, I think mostly, I felt like, the whole 60s Elvis kind of was just like, oh, whatever. And it's like, well, I kind of feel like we need to know a little more about that, but whatever,
But it's not necessarily this movie's responsibility to do. I mean, it's kind of servicing that and kind of almost encouraging you. Well, if you want to go look into that, that's up to you.
Well, and I want to sidebar for a second about something I've been thinking about the past 24 hours because of a headline I saw. But that a lot of people have talked about and wondered about what does Elvis mean now. Mm-hmm. And first of all, my answer to that question is it doesn't have to mean anything. He's Elvis. It's just like whatever. But that randomly to me, it actually seems like that Elvis isn't. I mean, he's just so big. He's not really talked about anymore, really, especially by younger people. Millennials. And I'll say, as somebody growing up in the 2000s, I kind of got into him, his early stuff of the rockabilly stuff. I kind of liked. But I very quickly kind of transitioned out of caring about Elvis because I was like, I don't know. I'm just, in general,
did it seem passe?
Early rock and roll, I was just kind of I don't know. I can't really get into listening to this. It's just kind of and I'm not normally that way about anything, but I'm just kind of it's kind of like the newer rock stuff,
Like Beatles on.
Like the Beatles on, yeah, more or less. Dave Clark 5 on. Like anybody cares about them at all, but I mean, people do, I guess, but that strangely there's been this whole new conversation about Elvis should be canceled, whatever.
As if any of these conversations are new, by the way.
Right, because people have been talking about this forever.
Yeah.
I mean, about stuff about him, how his Priscilla Presley was 14 when they met or whatever, and then there's the whole question over appropriation and that whole
whether
thing.
Whether or not he unfairly took kind of what was predominantly music of African Americans of the time, and he was allowed to be a superstar success, but they weren't because of their skin color, and obviously this is when the civil rights movement.
Even though I feel like that
started.
Should lie more with the society than him, but
whatever. Well, also, and I want to look into this more personally.
Yeah.
The movie's depiction of it was one that he didn't really hide that.
Right.
Was someone who was very open about being friends with B.B. King and kind of feeling as though he's a part of that culture from afar. Now, whether that exactly checks out with the real historical record of him, I'm going to have to look into that because I'm not exactly sure.
Totally
but this movie's version of it, at least, is more hospitable.
Yeah. Well, it seems like he consistently admitted that. I mean, in the comeback special, he talked about, this is the music I love playing and want to play, and kind of hinted that, this is the real rock and roll and that I am indebted to these people. But, there was this whole question of whether he was racist or not, which I feel is pretty, I wouldn't say ridiculous, but it feels like that's been disproven pretty clearly that he was. But yeah, that is a question.
I think even Chuck D, who did this Fight the Power song, actually was reading that in recent years he's actually kind of taken back his
what
disrespect
he said about
of Elvis and Fight the Power.
Part of that, and I'm somewhat of a Public Enemy fan, but part of that is one of the only hip hop things I'm kind of into, just because that's just not really my thing, but whatever. But that I think he was just saying that just to be kind of,
he mentioned John Wayne
shocking,
too,
and now
these
that is
big white figures,
right? Yeah,
and we can't. I don't know about you, but I can't help but think of that song and think of "Do the Right Thing."
Yeah, right.
And it's used in that, but also Sal's Pizzeria. In that movie, there's all these white faces on the wall, and it fits into that what that movie's saying. But
no, and that's fine that he said that. Whatever, it's a song, and I get what he means by that. But ultimately, and I'm not actually that interested in discussing the whole appropriations thing because that's just not something I feel like I know enough about to discuss. But ultimately, though, it's just interesting to me though that it just seems like he just isn't that omnipresent anymore with younger people, obviously, and it seemed like most of the people who went to the movie that we saw were older people that remembered when Elvis was a thing. And it's not that he isn't still a pop cultural force and people know him by stereotype, but it just seems kind of redundant to be like, let's cancel Elvis. It's like, that's not anything that ever entered your orbit anyway, so it just doesn't seem that relevant to
go back to what you're saying a little bit, wasn't that already happening in the 60s?
And it was,
I mean, even in the moment, the movie's about that in some ways, too, is that, and most of the faces you see in the 70s era of the movie are not old people then, but older people than what would be the long-haired crowds of rock and roll in the 60s and early 70s, you know what I mean? That
they're going to see him.
I think one of the most affecting moments of the movie is when the whole sequence of showing him in Hollywood, and it's almost like this hurricane or tidal wave is hitting him with all these other things that are happening that he's out of step with.
Yeah.
And it's almost wordlessly stated, but I mean, I feel like that's that's talking about those of the 60s. You're kind of corny and out of touch with what's going on.
Yeah.
And the movie posits, at least, that the comeback special was his attempt to kind of wrangle and be a Voice of Clarity in 1968, which anybody who knows was
Yeah.
one of the most crazy years of American history, that you in your review, which I'm going to post in the description for all this because it's really well written.
Okay, thanks.
You compared it to Gal Gadot's Imagine video that got created at the beginning of COVID.
Yeah, specifically his singing of If I Have a Dream, which is a great song, great performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean, I feel like the movie itself was, even in the 60s, like, yeah, people move past this. But it's one of those things like Elvis always, for every generation, enters a new phase of his existence. Ever since he's died, I mean, Elvis impersonators have been a thing and a staple of Vegas. And I think it's one of those things that every generation arrives to Elvis and listens to him and recontextualizes him. This, I think, now that this is here, is going to be this thing that a lot of people now watch, and younger people and the younger people of the future are going to watch and gravitate towards understanding maybe that past Elvis, and will act as a Rosetta Stone for people going, oh, Elvis, and then diving into the culture to the extent that they want to.
Yeah, because for me, Elvis is something I've always been incredibly aware of. Like you said, our grandma being a big fan of him.
It's just part of American pop cultural
and just knowing,
history.
knowing things. I know that he exists, and I was always aware of that. And I've liked him,
the Game
liked
of Fate.
him. Yeah.
You want to talk about this?
Go ahead.
Obviously, if you go to any like nostalgia shop or like, these places that I think we oftentimes criticize amongst ourselves, but deep down we love going to these places because we love history and pop culture and American culture. There's a huge obsession with a lot of 50s ephemera, nostalgia, of, in particular, four figures you see pop up in a lot of, like, you'll see these, like, mashups of them interacting together.
Yeah, and paintings mostly.
Elvis, Marilyn Monroe, James Dean, and the most perplexing of all, Humphrey Bogart, who's more clearly an icon of the 40s. He was
he
alive
died
for
like the
bit.
mid-50s, I think, so.
I guess old guy who lived in the 50s. I don't know what the whole impetus behind, because he's clearly a 40s, more connected to the 40s, but anyways.
Might as well add Lyle Stevenson on there for all I care, but
like every time we go into Bodacious Family Entertainment,
we mostly go there for the bowling alley. Yeah.
There's this painting on the wall in the men's bathroom. There's also a Rat Pack photograph in there,
which has which currently, as of right now, the last time we went there a couple of weeks ago, has paper towels thrown up on the wall that have dried, and it just looks like big spitballs on it. But anyway,
but there's this painting that's a print, obviously. That says "The Game of Fate," and it's all four of those figures I mentioned earlier, like around in a pool hall kind of setting. And every time we go there, we're like, we've got to check in on that Game of Fate.
Yeah, we go in and it looks the same.
Yeah, obviously.
Right.
And, there's also, and we mentioned this, there's a Marilyn Monroe movie that's on the horizon, too. Andrew Dominic and Anna de Armas comes out
based on
September,
Joyce Carol
October,
Oates'
this
novel,
fall. Netflix is putting out.
The book, whatever it is.
It's very fascinating to me that two of these ultra, not only iconic in the 1950s, just iconic figures of American history, Elvis and Marilyn Monroe, have movies coming out this year. I think that's more of a just coincidence, I guess, than anything. But Elvis just has this point. He's kind of transcended, and while he exists in these multiple generational states, at least to me, and I think is in the prevailing notion of a lot of this art that you see, or this kitschy kind of remembrances of him, is that he'll always be, if nothing else, stuck in amber in the 1950s and what that meant. He meant in the 1950s.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say, is that ultimately I walked away from the movie. I always understood what was the big deal about Elvis, but I feel like I finally felt it.
Yeah.
Especially that fight when it showed his final performance of Unchained Melody that he got. I genuinely teared up during that and was like, and we're just thinking about, because we talked about that we don't like to think about the 70s Elvis as much just because of how troubling it is to watch, but even still, just his vocal ability, even still at that part of his life that he's literally about to die from his health problems, and just how daggum good he sounds, unlike anything I've ever heard. I mean, and just even watching the comeback special, going and actually watching some of the real stuff of that over the last few days, just the unmatched charisma that he had. It's like obviously there are a lot of, criticisms against Elvis that are totally valid, but you can't help but love watching him do what he does.
He's what you look for in a pop star, is that he follows certain tropes, but ultimately when you look at him, he's totally his own thing.
Right.
I mean, he's not like Michael Jackson in the sense that he has these specific choreographed dance moves.
Yeah.
Like, usually when you see him perform, it's almost like this spontaneous thing he's doing, and he's not some great trained dancer, but he just can't help but move. And I think that was just a new thing, obviously, in the 50s, and that's something that modern pop stars have done their own versions of, but he was just in many ways the biggest first one like that.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about Austin Butler, whose, I think, performance had a high bar that it had to clear. Yeah. Austin Butler was not someone who was super familiar to us. We do remember him a lot from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He was Tex Watson.
Yeah. He's still alive, by the way.
I forgot that, yeah. Yep. Wonder if he's seen these movies.
I don't know. I think he's kind of become a Christian now in the last so many years, and regrets everything that he did or whatever. But
I'm not going to pass judgment on any of that. But he's awesome. I mean, obviously, there's a certain trope in Hollywood cinema, especially the last so many years, that if you play a famous musician or a figure, you're going to get nominated for an Academy Award. Rami Malek just a few years ago won for Freddie Mercury in Bohemian Rhapsody, which literally was one of the most. This is one of the last years I watched the Oscars, and it wasn't even purely because of this, but it didn't help. When they showed the acting reels for all the nominees, they had Bradley Cooper, who most people said, "Oh, he should win or should be up there."
He actually sang
for A Star Is Born, and you actually saw him singing and performing in that
while
movie.
directing in the movie as well. Yeah. Whatever.
Literally in the clip for Rami Malek, you literally see he's lip syncing on the piano. And it's like, you couldn't have picked anything better than this, because this literally is laying
because he even kind of raises his eyebrows when it cuts to him, wow, that's what they picked. So there's and then some years before you had Jamie Foxx as Ray Charles, you had Joaquin Phoenix as Walk the Line, and Johnny Cash as Walk the Line.
As Walk the Line in the movie Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
And we love Joaquin Phoenix. I like Walk the Line fine. It's not a movie that I really loved, and in many ways that has a lot of the music biopic tropes that a movie like Walk Hard makes fun of. And a lot of people have been saying this movie is almost backing up what Walk Hard was condemning 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But I think Austin Butler just gives the performance, frankly, of a lifetime with this. I mean, he so embodies Elvis.
Yeah.
In a spectacular way. And he is one of the, I think, he's not an actor that we were really thinking about at all. I don't think was really on our radar all that much, and has already become, I think, one of the most exciting young stars, I think, of his generation. What does, for you, Austin Butler bring to Elvis?
It wasn't just an impersonation, because anybody can impersonate Elvis. I'm going to do it right now. You ready? I apologize ahead of time for your eardrums, but that scene in the movie where he's at that concert, and they're like, you cannot shake your hips, don't even wag a finger or whatever. And he's like, people out there have been saying a lot of things, and he's wagging his finger or whatever. He's like, you gotta be who you want to be. Thank you very much. But I've done better.
I mean, the Elvis voice is just one of the most iconic, easy to go to impressions you can do.
But but it went beyond that, simply just doing that to be actually something. I mean, because, from the beginning, I feel like it was that. Because, you can do the whole voice thing. That wasn't my best impression of Elvis. I've done better ones over the last few days, but putting on the spot, it wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. Sorry. But to do the body stuff, that's a whole other level. And I mean, he does that pretty much exact. I mean, which is pretty difficult to actually do that.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's not like Michael Jackson where you kind of just do it. And it's choreographed. Not that isn't difficult.
Yeah.
But with Elvis, it's this whole...
It's literally how he walks,
right,
and how his literal vocal language translates to his body language. There's just a very clearly symbiotic relationship in those two things. You know?
So I thought he was great, and it, like I kind of said in my review too. It's like, you know, the Academy loves to nominate and give awards to these sort of things. This is one that actually I'd be like, okay, yeah, give it to him because and he might. I don't know. I wouldn't. It would surprise me. Yeah. We haven't talked at all though about what I think is the most unique thing about this movie, and what actually most impresses me is Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker. Yeah. Who Elvis Presley. Make me have to be the villain
now,
of this story.
Again, as relative...
Does it just come knocking at your door?
Elvis, like, relative Elvis novices. And I mean, we know a lot of the big songs and stuff. I didn't know as much of the behind-the-scenes backstory as much. I didn't really know this guy was as much of a figure that governed Elvis's life.
The first time I saw him in anything particularly was in Vinyl, the TV show where Elvis was in it. And he was like around and clearly in every scene, and it basically was implying a lot of the things that we realized about Elvis is that he was Elvis's manager. He's actually from the Netherlands. He was a big gambler, was in a lot of debt, was like a carnival barker type that happened upon Elvis when he was like managing Hank Snow, which is like a kind of forgotten country western musician that our dad was like, oh yeah, Hank Snow, I remember when he was around, you know. But like anybody else would have no clue that Hank Snow existed.
Other than his music historian.
Right, and people who knew at the time, like my dad knowing at the time about country music and that sort of thing. But that he ultimately latched on to Elvis because he recognized him as a talent that he could, frankly, exploit. Right. And so the whole movie is ultimately just through the lens of Parker.
Which is a big risk. Yeah. I mean, and I think it's a credit to, if you're going to take a risk like that, you literally get the most beloved movie star of his generation in a very uncharacteristic role like Tom Hanks. Someone who is capable of, like, trusting us to go down this rabbit hole. I don't know if this movie really would have worked if it was anybody other than like a Tom Hanks figure, because
I don't
you
think
automatically
the movie,
buy in, even though he's an outright awful, despicable, penguin-esque monster of a human being. Right. But it's like, but deep down you look at it and go, well, it's Tom Hanks. What's going on here? I want to follow where this goes.
I don't think that the movie would have worked as just being a regular Elvis movie, because like,
I mean, this adds that extra weird dimension to it.
Right, because it is about Elvis the whole time. Yeah. And Austin Butler's very much
the star,
the movie.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I said, I didn't walk away from the movie feeling like I understood Elvis as a man. But I love that about the movie. Like, I was
the
like,
whole movie's
okay,
kind of bookended by, and the running thread is that it's basically Parker on his deathbed
in a like pseudo coma state,
and he's like kind of roaming around a Vegas casino in his dreams, basically, and kind of telling the story of Elvis. Yeah, and in many ways, what Elvis had become. I think, you know, especially in like the '90s. It might have come out in the early 2000s. I can't remember that 3,000 Miles to Graceland movie. You know, I think Kevin Costner of all people was in. It was like about Elvis impersonators.
I never knew that existed. Okay.
That by the 90s, like Elvis was this sideshow Vegas phenomenon even by then.
Well, did you hear recently? Funny enough, connected to this, that the Elvis impersonator, it's going to be like kind of illegal to be an Elvis impersonator doing weddings in Vegas now. Did you know that?
Yeah, we saw that on TV.
And that like now it's like going to be kind of difficult to actually do that. And wow, I've never heard of this movie whatsoever.
3,000 Miles of Graceland. Kurt Russell, who played Elvis,
right, in the John Carpenter TV movie,
and Kevin Costner,
right. But that like it's so Elvis had become even by then this massive deal in Vegas of being that sort of thing. But so interestingly, that was had been that, and like I said, it's random to me that they're going to try to get rid of that now. The Elvis estate is saying that they can't do that.
Just real quick, 3,000 Miles of Graceland. The description of this is: it was an ingenious enough plan. Robbed the Riviera Casino's count room during an Elvis impersonator convention. But Thomas Murphy decides to keep all the money for himself and shot all his partners, including recently freed ex-con Michael Zane with $3.2 million at stake. The Marshal Service closing in, Michael must track down Murphy.
Wow.
But Costner.
I want to see that. Is it streaming anywhere?
Might be.
I'll have to look in that later.
Christian Slater's in it, it says. Okay. Kevin Pollak. John Lovitz, Howie Long, Thomas Hayden Church, Ice-T.
a rapper called Ice-T.
Ice-T's, but yeah, anyways.
But
and I think it was fascinating to contextualize it all around Parker in Vegas in the late 90s, remembering back, and he died, I think, right around
it was
that
like
time.
97, I think, yeah.
And
the villain.
Well, what do you think too? That I feel like softly, and the movie could have leaned more into this. And I think you made reference to this in some ways. In what you said, you were comparing a little bit to Vice, the very last monologue of that movie that Christian Bale delivers as Dick Cheney. Do you think the movie's implicating the quote audience at all, and you drove him to this?
Well, I
feel like there's a line it almost does, but it doesn't quite go all the way with that.
Yeah, because I would have really loved the movie even more if there's that moment he said, but what really, basically destroyed Elvis was your love is the word he used. I wanted him to just say you. Yeah. That would have been more implicating, and I would have respected that a little more, but that's the implication still.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine in a basic sense about celebrity that the movie is talking about, is that, yes, ultimately I think that celebrity destroys people, but that's not always the people's fault. It's this weird give and take. Like, if I want to be a fan of Elvis, that shouldn't lead Elvis to destroy himself. And I felt like one of the problems of the movie, I talked about this, was that it put a little bit too much of the destruction and corrosion of Elvis in the hands of Parker or us, and it's kind of like, well, the man himself made decisions that led to his own death.
Yeah.
And it kind of let him off the hook a little bit.
Yeah, it didn't give him enough agency, I think,
But I found that interesting, but that's ultimately something that, like at the end of Vice, you can kind of dismiss because of the fact that it's an unreliable narrator that we have, and that he is allowing himself to die thinking, it wasn't me that did this, I just merely gave him to you, and this is what you did to him.
Yeah.
I find to be a very interesting ending, that the movie says that, but at the same time ends so triumphantly. It's kind of a weird tone that doesn't totally gel, but I kind of like that about it.
This movie takes swings and doesn't always hit, and is willing to miss. Yeah. It's not taking Elvis almost too perfectly, or it's willing to take risk, which I think is something most of these movies don't do. They play it much more conventionally, and I think that alone separates this as something that is, worthy of Elvis in his own way, because as we were saying earlier, I don't know if you can't even quote definitively depict Elvis in a real way, but this is a good interpretation, I think, that's going to last and stand up. I think is something that's going
something that I liked about the movie too is that it starts with and the whole movie is this way too, but it starts particularly with the gaudiness of Elvis in Vegas, and kind of seeing that as not only what rock and roll became over the to that point, but also what that did to a person that even like somebody like Elvis, who we see is this very old-fashioned, more conservative, not politically necessarily, but more conservative, even though that could be maybe the case. Culturally conservative, older type of performing.
And that's not what he was at all in the 50s.
No.
I mean, he was something very different.
But it's weird that he became that, but at the same time followed the same train of thought and excess that befell him in the 70s that a lot of those 70s rockers did, either punks or the more what was becoming heavy metal or whatever, the 70s excess like Led Zeppelin saw. That still happened to somebody like that in an even gaudier fashion in a certain way, but in a more respectable, in quotes, way. I just think it's kind of an interesting story. That is Elvis's story, ultimately. That's what it is. But to kind of recognize that in the opening moments, I think was an interesting kind of wake-up call for me to view Elvis that way. And what's weird, though, is I actually kind of like, in a certain way, that sort of lounge singing Elvis of the 70s. I think it's weird to watch because you can tell how strung out he is, and how just unhealthy he is, and how trapped he literally is in that. But there's still something to find in all that, of a certain artistry and a certain beauty and an orchestra of it all, that I find very touching and entertaining, that is still very dark and disgusting in the same way. It's very weird. It's a very weird. I can't think of any other musician that has seen that type of career.
Yeah.
It's very unique, and I feel like the movie ultimately got that.
Yeah.
Even through its weird ways of doing so, by way of Parker being kind of the main focus of the movie almost. And I like that about the movie too, because we've seen all these movies where the person's the focus and whatever, and it was still Elvis, it was still Butler doing it, but it was different in that it implicated, what about this other person that is so much a part of Elvis that we didn't know as much about until later years and now can kind of interrogate. And I thought it was interesting that Luhrmann chose to do that rather than just the simple, let's do Cradle to Grave Elvis. It wasn't really that.
Right.
So,
you ever? I had a very strange phenomenon watching this movie where you're watching the highs and the fall, high and the lows and the rise and the fall. And is there a part of you that wonders like, oh, this is kind of cliche and I've seen this before? But then you stop and go, it's all cliche because he was...
Yeah, he did it
He
all.
was
Right.
the standard by which these things are judged.
He
You know
died
what I mean?
at
And
42 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, and we were thinking that he could still easily be alive.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing the
Oh,
math, and he would be in his 80s.
Yeah, because
and that's not not all that old considering where he started.
Because we were
and,
talking
like,
about Jerry Lee Lewis is still alive. Little Richard literally just died a few years ago.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, these people are still mostly around because interestingly...
I mean, Johnny Cash lived to
Yeah.
be older.
I think Chuck Berry lived a long time. I mean, like
B.B. King. He
just died recently. So I mean, there's a lot of these people that hung around for a long time, and it's just it says a lot that Elvis was kind of the first to go. Speaks a lot to what his story's all about, I think. And so,
but it's weird because you sometimes feel the movie scraping up against the cliche, but his life was the cliche. His life made the cliche, which is what's weird. And so it's like, of course, you're just going to adapt what his life was. And so that in of itself is actually kind of a sad realization, is that we all these years later, well, look at all. And this stuff, by the way, happens today in terms of musicians, losing their way and whatnot. But it's kind of sad to watch because there
were no guardrails for that sort of thing then, because, and have there ever been? I don't know, but especially then, that sort of pop cultural rock and roll celebrity he literally created. So
right. He was the template for
right. So,
that everybody's judged against now. Yeah, and again, there will be obviously future versions of this made, in the future, but this is, I think, a really good, valid interpretation of Elvis that I think is going to make him relevant and all the more. And I've been listening to more Elvis music the last several days actually too, and watching some of those '68 special concert stuff too.
He's unreal in that. I think he's so good.
Yeah. I mean,
because everybody talks about how great that is, and actually seeing it, he is really great.
Yeah.
And you feel watching it that he is truly happy and saying, I can do what I want to do, and just being who he wanted to be. Is impressive.
I'll be curious. I'm sure the historical record would probably loosely match up to this, but in the movie, as the movie progresses, he makes a big deal about saying, I want to sing the music I want to sing, the music that makes me happy, and lean more into the gospelness and more the countryness in some ways of who he was, compared to that earlier 50s version when he was, quote, brand new. And
they had him singing these show tunes and Christmas songs, and that was most of the 60s. This more like basic hang down your head Tom Dooley era of just like crap pop songs, that just like everybody was doing covers of.
But this is a movie that we had high expectations for, and for me, I really love the movie. I mean, I think it has problems, but its ability to just go for it was something that I really respected and was worthy of the king himself. But, obviously, the last years of Elvis' life were a horror show. Speaking of horror shows, The Black Phone.
The Black Phone.
The latest horror movie from Scott Derrickson, who kind of stepped away from making horror movies, I think, for a while when he did the first Doctor Strange movie.
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of Doctor Strange.
To quote a great friend of the pod, Lights Cameron Jackson.
Not really, but yeah.
This was also co-written by C. Robert Cargill along with Derrickson.
Adapted from the Joe Hill short story,
Yeah.
son of Stephen King.
So this movie had been a big talking point for a while now. I think Jason Blum had even went as far as to say this was like maybe the scariest movie that they had made, the Blumhouse had made. I wouldn't quite agree with that.
No.
I don't think this is the scariest movie Scott Derrickson's even made. Because Sinister, I think, is actually really pretty scary in many ways. Levi, describe for us exactly what this movie's about.
The Black Phone's about this
Set in the
in
late
the
70s.
late 1978 in Denver, Colorado. About
After
this,
Elvis's death.
Yeah, that's no. I mean, the sinner could not.
I mean,
hold.
what if he picked up the phone one time and he heard the king?
He was like, have a soundproof basement to be your killing floor. Like, yeah, the movie's ultimately about this serial killer called the Grabber. I think it's funny they never said what his real name was, by the way. But played by Ethan Hawke, and he's kidnapping these children and killing them in this basement, his basement in his house. And it's about this boy that gets kidnapped and is able to, while he's in the basement, actually talk over this phone with the dead children that had been killed before him, and they're kind of helping him figure out a way to escape, more or less. Some of them are people he actually knew and were friends with. Meanwhile, his sister is has this ESP psychic abilities through her dreams that her mother supposedly had, which her mother eventually committed suicide because she believed herself, I guess, to be a schizophrenic. And those two strands kind of don't really come together as much as they should. But ultimately, that's sort of what the movie's about. And what I think the movie's ultimately about is this weird coming-of-age self-discovery, which I'm writing my review for this right now. It'll be a little bit of a longer one as well. Kind of going to elaborate on that there, I guess. But it's kind of a weird, touching coming-of-age story in the midst of this incredibly disgusting and violent movie. I mean, it is like a really violent movie. It's not a scary movie, but there's a lot of imagery in this I find to be pretty disturbing and pretty harrowing.
Yeah, and obviously taking place in the late 70s, it's taking place in the era of the golden age of serial killers in many ways. I mean, John Wayne Gacy Jr., Son of Sam, I should say.
I think Ted Bundy had been killing people.
Yeah, and so it takes place in that milieu. Especially with these missing children. And so I think it, in some ways, I like the movie, but I think it traffics a little too heavily in that context without getting past it.
Right.
Also, as you said, I do think it's actually a touching coming-of-age story, again, between this brother and sister. But a lot of the stuff about the girl having these dreams and visions, I'd actually kind of, you said this, I think, too, kind of respected that it didn't go over the top and explaining a lot of that, but it felt like, again, I know Joe Hill's his own writer, but it felt like a very Stephen King-esque thing where, this person has powers, okay.
Well, it also
and
never explains how
this.
The ghosts are talking over the phone. I mean, I actually kind of like that the movie doesn't explain those things, but it's also just like, okay, so we just have to accept that this occurs. It's just kind of weird. I kind of like it and kind of don't like it. It's weird that the movie never explains its own supernatural abilities, and it seems like people don't question it as much as they should. Like the cops in the movie.
Yeah, I mean,
they're just
that was another thing too. They're just like, well, we don't know what to do, so let's just listen to what this girl who's having these dreams has to say.
Yeah, it's like what?
And then they're even breaking down the doors to get into these houses, and I'm thinking, do you even technically have a warrant?
Right,
I mean, we know, this is what's going on, but and I know I don't know. It just kind of takes me out of it because I'm like, so they're basing
all this off of a girl
who's
right,
but that just seems like
they are convinced by her abilities, at least because she's given information that they don't know, that they haven't released to anybody. But I would think that they would just think this is a little girl who's heard this stuff somewhere. We need to figure out how she found this out, rather than just assume, okay, she's having these dreams that tell us these things. That's just kind of a big jump that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But
but all in all, I'd say a entertaining movie. I mean, it was relatively short. I think it wasn't all that long.
Like an hour and 40.
It was like an hour and about 40 minutes. Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of stuff, I would say, to cut.
Yeah.
I would say a reworking of exactly the girl's powers and how that fits in would have been good. I do think the heart of this movie, though, is the relationship between brother and sister and their absence of their mother and their abusive father. In this grants it a little something different, enough different something than to justify it being its, a project in the first place.
What did you think of Ethan Hawke in the movie, by the way?
Well, we've been going through this huge Ethan Hawke renaissance over the last so many years of him being in these truly great movies and giving these great performances, whether it be like First Reformed or something like The Good Lord Bird. Yeah. I mean, and all of a sudden he's been more front and center. It was weird to see a little bit of a downshift for him and him being this kind of more villain role.
I mean, you see his face only genuinely once or twice in the movie. Yeah, it's mostly obscured by masks and stuff.
And I thought he did a really good job with that. I mean, I thought he was really good as the dad of the family in Sinister. Again, worked with Scott Derrickson before. But
I thought you were talking about this movie for a second. I was like, dad of who? But okay.
But
Father of Darkness, couch potato. But
frankly, I just love Ethan Hawke, so I would have liked even more of him. But I think in the way this whole story's set up, we're not meant to really see much of him or even know exactly what his proclivities are. I guess you could just shrug and say, well, he's just a serial killer guy.
He doesn't really seem to have things well put together, though, which is strange for serial killers.
And another thing is, too, a conversation we had is exactly whether or not he's sexually assaulting his victims.
Yeah, we don't really know.
That's not really... And frankly, the movie would lead me to believe he's not.
Yeah.
But again, it's trafficking in this time period and knowing what we know about some of these serial killers. That was just very much oftentimes the case with these things. Not always, but often.
Yeah.
And so...
There's a lot of little, dialogue bits and lines that I think are interesting, like when the boy asked him, did you kidnap these kids? He said, no, that wasn't me. And then later clearly admits to it. I don't know if that's just like his fractured mental state where he is multiple people or something, or if he's just a liar. I think it's kind of interesting that it doesn't harp on that. But ultimately, this is just a whole movie of a lot of details that it doesn't feel the need to explain, which I respect. But it's kind of leaves us with a weird movie that I actually like more than a movie that would have explained these things. But I feel like that also neuters the movie in certain ways too. About different, it's just a really weird movie in that sense about details that it includes and leaves out that I respect, but I don't think always works. But I like the movie more for doing it. It's a weird kind of movie
designation.
Like that.
And then, spoiler alert, at the climax when he kind of defeats Ethan Hawke, that when Ethan Hawke's mask comes off, that he just loses any quote power that he had. I mean, that you can tell he wrapped his whole identity around the fact that he wore this mask. We haven't really said. I mean, the kid who got kidnapped is hearing, from beyond the grave, wherever they are, basically the ghosts of the kids he had killed. And I thought one of the more interesting aspects was sometimes it flashing to show them and who they were and
that
what
was
their
through
lives
the girls'
were.
dreams, I think, mostly.
Before they were killed. And so, I mean, there's this weird revenge aspect to it that these ghosts are having the revenge on this. And so, that's pretty interesting. And again, when I lay down all the components of this movie of what it was, on the surface I would say, well, this is really great. This is pretty great. But something about the way they fit together just doesn't exactly jive for me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and that's true, but I kind of like the movie even more for that. It's just really weird. And like I said, nothing inherently about the plot is weird because it feels very much like, okay, sure, these things, but it feels like there's different parts of the movie that feel like different movies.
Yeah,
it feels like we said, that it's deciding what it wants to do, what it doesn't want to do, and like you said, all the components don't totally fit together. But that's kind of what I love about the movie, is that it just feels very unruly and unwieldy, and it's kind of sloppy in certain ways, which is a problem, but also what I kind of like about it. It's a very weird... That's why I feel like it's a movie I'll revisit pretty often in the future because of it's so just kind of weird.
Yeah, and I think the thing that really is ultimately why it more works than not is because of the atmosphere it creates.
Yeah. And
it's
a pretty unassuming movie, ultimately. I mean, it's just a regular old horror movie. It doesn't feel like it's trying to make massive statements or do anything in particular. It's kind of just like, yeah, let's make this movie, and it is what it is, and, has that James Ransom character in it.
Yeah.
It's such a weird whole
I had no
performance.
clue that
I didn't
that
know he
was even
in it at
going
all.
to be a component of this.
It was weird.
And then, spoiler alert again, at the end, he, kind of figures out he's there and is like, oh, going to help him out. And let me tell you how I figured it out. And then he gets killed, by his own brother.
Yeah, he's not going to explain it and then gets chopped in the head with an axe, which is very cartoonish. But, yeah.
Yeah, I know we don't have nearly as much to say about that as we do Elvis, but it doesn't have nearly the context that does.
Well, I'll be putting a review out of it. It'll be out by the time you hear this. So
I'll probably I'll put a link with that too with this. The next thing is more of a film news item. It's not a movie exactly, but I remember coming across this a few days ago and thinking, this sounds wildly interesting. This is from a Variety article. Kevin Costner wants to split his Western epic Horizon into 4 movies. And I'm going to read from some of this, and then we can talk about it. Kevin Costner has plans for his long-awaited 4th directorial effort, Horizon, an epic Western that's going to go in production at the end of August. Yellowstone star told Variety that the project, which is housed with Warner Brothers New Line Cinema, is being planned as, quote, 4 different movies, and that, quote, about every 3 months they'll come out. They're all different films that all connect, so you watch a saga of these storylines that are happening, said the actor who was in London doing press for the UK launch of Paramount+. Costner said the film is currently casting and, quote, trying to fill up, in, quote, 170 speaking roles. So Kevin Costner is basically setting out to direct this big, long Western project called Horizon. And this easily sounds like it could be a mini-series. But this is some other things he says here. Produced by Costner's Territory Pictures outfit, Horizon will span 15 years in the settlement of America's western frontier and focus on the settlers as well as the indigenous peoples that first occupied the land. It's a really beautiful story. It's a hard story, Costner told Variety. It really involves a lot of women, to be honest. There are a lot of men in it too, but the women are really strong in Horizon. It's just them trying to get by every day in a world that was impossibly tough. They were often dragged out of the places because they were where the men wanted to go. Women were following the men. They didn't ask to be in these territories that were unsettled and dangerous, and life wasn't easy. I've chosen to make sure that it was really obvious so that it wasn't easy and how vulnerable people were. As to whether the film's 4-part configuration may lead Horizon to a streaming play, Costner said the project was sold as a, quote, event television movie, but that, quote, what the studio does with it will really be up to them because things change really quickly and how people want to see these things and what they want to do. I'm happiest because at one point in TV where you could get your largest audience, you're going to get to see it in the way I intended it to be seen. It will eventually be cut up into hour-long episodes or 42 minutes, however TV works, but the first viewing of it will be as 4 2-hour and 45-minute movies, and every 3 months one will come out. If you're interested in these characters and the hope is that you'll really want to watch the next one, but it won't be in hour segments.
So I'm guessing that's going to be probably a Paramount Plus product eventually.
Yeah, maybe.
More or less.
Or
if it might show in theaters, maybe. I don't know.
What are your impressions of this idea?
I mean, I love the sound of it. I mean, we can talk about Yellowstone here in a minute, which we've been watching and kind of in detail about that. That Kevin Costner, for me, has really grown in estimation over the last few years. For a long time, I was kind of like, yeah, he's all right. But now I'm like, yeah, I actually like Kevin Costner, and I feel like he's a good actor. And especially, I've liked him after watching more Yellowstone. Of course, one of my favorite movies is the JFK, so of course I kind of gotta love him for that.
Yeah. I really like Bull Durham a lot.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I'd like to at some point. And then Field of Dreams, I know is something people really love, and For the Love of the Game, and we remember when Swing Vote came out, it was a big moment, looking like Toby Keith in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for whatever that sounds like. I mean, it sounds like it's going to be... Like I said, one of the things I've found interesting about Yellowstone, and we can kind of, I guess, dovetail into that a little bit, is its more female voices in the show, which is something that would not have been the case years ago with Western tropes and stuff. Now, whether or not that's always the best version of what it could be in that show, maybe that would be up for debate. But and also obviously his inclusion, or Taylor Sheridan, the creator of the show, his inclusion of a lot of indigenous voices, and that being a big part of the Western, because I think inherently the whole idea of that show I find so interesting, that it's ultimately about land that was taken away from Native American peoples now being possibly taken away from the white people by the Native Americans. I find to be, first of all, something that you cannot do in an older Western setting and can only be done as a modern neo-Western. But I find that to be so fascinating and interesting. And the show hasn't followed that, sadly, as much as I would have liked it to.
But it still is
ultimately
part of the show,
doing that, yeah. But obviously now Kevin Costner's going to do his own thing, and he's, has a big voice of whatever happens in Yellowstone. But thankfully, it seems like that show and its incredible success is going to allow these types of projects to be made where they wouldn't have in the past. I'm thankful for that, if nothing else. And also, I really like the show anyway. So,
yeah, and I want to talk a little bit more about the idea of releasing these films in a theatrical setting before they go to whatever streaming service they're going to. A few years ago, I would have wondered, would this really work? Would people have the appetite for this? More and more, I'm starting to wonder, maybe it will work, because the audience for Yellowstone is actually growing and growing and growing, and it now encompasses us.
And it's especially with an older audience
that is more inclined to go to the movie theater. And I think maybe they're like, what? Yeah, this is kind of a neat idea. Maybe we will go and support this. Yeah. And so I think there is
because they're going to make their money either way. So they might as well put it in theaters, and then they can make their money on streaming later. I mean, it's a win-win either way, I would think.
So I think it's a really cool idea, and I hope it gets realized in the fashion that he's intending it to be. Now, have you seen Dances with Wolves? I've actually not seen Dances with Wolves. I know that's kind of his big creative effort, directorial stamp is on that, but I still haven't seen that. I need to rectify that soon. But I think there's a good chance this could succeed. I really hope it does, if nothing else, because also another encouraging sign for theaters is that this past weekend, I think this was the first time since 2018, I think I saw that there were 4 $20+ million movies this weekend. Also, Tom Cruise, who's been making movies for forever, has his first $1 billion movie with Top Gun Maverick now. So I'm not trying to over celebrate this here, but movie theaters are starting to actually come back in an encouraging way.
And we witnessed yesterday going to see The Black Phone, which was one of those movies that randomly made $20 million, which
let's see,
me.
It was Elvis,
Top Gun Maverick,
which was after all these times still second, almost tied with Elvis in this many weeks. Jurassic Park, the new Jurassic Park movie, and then this, and then Lightyear was even slightly under that, but it was just under 20 million, I think. So,
but even going to see The Black Phone at 2:00 on a Monday afternoon, that wasn't like a full theater, but there were a lot of people there. I mean, it was like a random amount. I kind of thought it was going to be empty, but it was a random amount of people going to see that. So, I mean, I have noticed that over the last few months of going to see movies, that it seems like people are going to see stuff, and part of that, I think, was randomly because of COVID, that people were like, I want to get out and go do these things. It's almost like being inside that long, they want to get out and do that. Now, there's some people who that's had the opposite effect.
Yeah.
But it seems like people are more willing to go out and see this stuff now, which is surprising, especially in the midst of all this inflation and stuff going on, that people are still willing to go do that. Is a good sign, I think, for movies, and something like this is the thing to bet on, I think, this Kevin Costner thing, because of that.
Well, it should be said,
the fandom around Yellowstone is so big. I think that
most of those things you just mentioned are geared for more older audiences.
Yeah.
Whether it be Elvis, Top Gun Maverick, Black Phone to a certain extent, I guess.
That's going to get younger people to come see movies, though, too. So,
but something like Lightyear, famously a week or so ago, underperformed for what Disney expected. And we were saying that's very likely because
they're pushing their strings.
A lot of younger crowd and parents of kids are making the calculus that we'll just wait till it hits Disney Plus and they can see it then. We've got all these other things. So it's
kinda
not exactly
screwing themselves on
it's
that,
kind of not
yeah.
exactly sure what the future for that holds, and future of theaters in general. But there are some encouraging signs. I
Yeah.
don't want to be too much of a Debbie Downer
Yeah.
because actually the last little bit, it seems like theaters are starting to come back, and I think a lot of it is that
Nope will make a lot of money too coming up soon. I'm
yeah,
sure.
and I'll say it. I mean, some people started been saying it. It's like you look at what most of the main Hollywood movies this year have been, or it's been a
better.
rising tide.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been
Well,
things are
I've
getting
been
better.
Yeah, well, I've been one of them people that have said since 2017 we'd have some really down years for movies. As far as there have been really good movies that have come out, but it seems like 2017 was the last real year. We had some really great Hollywood movies coming out that were not all
Lady
blockbuster,
Bird.
big stuff,
Yeah.
either independent stuff or even Baby Driver, a good Planet of the Apes
Logan.
movie, Logan, It Comes at Night, Ghost Story. Just a lot of different kind of. Some of those are more independent, but a lot of bigger movies that were really pretty great. And since then, we haven't really had that happen overall as much since then. And I feel like this is the year where movies have finally come back a little bit more. And there's been like I said, a higher ceiling for these blockbuster movies. It's also because Marvel has seen kind of a down year. The last few years are down years.
Well, like
they're
with
kinda
Star
done
Wars
with
and
their main
Disney in
movies.
general, that like they're kind of transitioning to a more TV model, and that there's still going to be movies that come out. But it's like fine, put them on a streaming service, let other people watch them. I don't care to really see them. Give me the movie theaters
But
back
yeah,
and nothing else.
I mean, the fact that Elvis is getting on the Dolby, I mean, that seems like a given. But like the fact that there's all these big movies that usually come out that take up that spot, the fact that Elvis is getting that, I think is just, and that it was full.
Yeah.
We
We even saw. We didn't really mention this. There were some like older women we saw there, and they even had Elvis shirts on. And there were some scenes where like you
People
actually heard
clapping,
like
yeah.
clapping, and it was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like something's happening here, where
Yeah.
it's like the movies are slowly coming back to life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. I want to talk a little bit more. You mentioned Yellowstone a little bit.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that show?
Well, we don't watch a whole lot of new TV because,
it's garbage.
well,
the
it's
most
strange
part,
that
but-
like there's more TV being made
Yeah.
right now than ever before. It's the whole cliche, the old stereotype, like there's a million channels and nothing to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, genuinely great television shows going on right now. Atlanta just finished its latest season, third season. Better Call Saul is currently in its half-season hiatus, but it's getting ready to end. Yeah. And so after that, and those feel like holdovers from
the 2010s,
like the mid 2010s in many ways or before. And so once those are over, it's kind of a big shrug-worthy of what's, and there's always going to be actually something that steps up and is the next great show. I mean, we like Succession, not quite to the extent other people do, but actually I thought this latest season was a kind of a reaffirmation of, you know what, this show is actually good. The thing about Yellowstone is, though, and normally I roll my eyes when people describe this about other TV shows, but I'm just going to be hypocritical and say this is what this is for me. It's just a good, I won't say turn your brain off, because we actually stop and say, well, is there that? We interrogate certain things about it. But on the whole, it's a really great
TV
feel
show.
good.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if feel good.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a TV show.
It's just a pleasurable TV show.
Yeah.
And it traffics in some like prestige TV trope aspects, but on the whole is just like fairly unpretentious and is like, we know what this is, we know what our audience is, and again, we're going to do a good Western TV show. And what that means is actually not making it a period Western show, but again, contextualizing what does a Western show look like in the 2020s in terms of being more contemporary. And it has a lot of tropes that old Western TV shows had, but guess what? It's in the 2010s. There's cars they're driving around. There's all these,
helicopters and
more modern
phones.
things.
A lot of phones.
But in many ways, it's like thematically hardly any different from any other kind of older Western thing you'd see, but it's just like adapting it in the modern day. And I think that gives it its power.
Yeah.
Now we've heard a lot of great things about 1883. And I'm actually sure I'm sure it's probably good.
Yeah, we'll watch it when we get there.
But I'm not weirdly as excited for that as someone who loves old westerns and loves historical fiction. I really love that Yellowstone is like, no, we'll do that, but the modern day version of it. That's what gives it its novelty. So I'm sure 1883 is good, but I'm weirdly not as excited to see that as you would maybe think, because I think a lot of Yellowstone's power comes from it being this modern interpretation or a contextualization of what the Western looks like now.
Well, and we've had a lot of these like Western TV shows the last so many years, like Godless.
Which I liked in the moment, but it's frankly kind of faded from my memory.
Yeah, and so we've kind of seen enough of that Western TV show showing back up, or traditional Western, to the point where I'm just not really that interested in that. I mean, the fact that it's got, Tim McGraw and Faith Hill as the leads, I'm kind of interested as the, I'm going to, and Tom Hanks randomly, and Rita Wilson too, which, back the F off. In the heart of the Elvis country. Cookie country is what we call Godless. That's a long story that
we're not going to.
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
But I feel like if the Western's going to survive as a genre, it needs,
and
like Yellowstone is a positive development in terms of, you have all those old things, but let's do something a little different, something a little new. And then you're going to have obviously the things like Costner himself, literally what we're talking about, go and do this other traditional.
There'll be another Lonesome Dove adaptation in a few years. Like I'm sure there'll be all these things that'll kind of come back for this, because it shows that people are still interested in this sort of thing, and that randomly the like Western rugged frontier / country kind of redneck storytelling is something that appeals to the whole country randomly more than you would think. If you watch Entertainment Tonight consistently, as we do, they have a random amount for something that's supposed to be about like show business, Hollywood culture, a random amount of coverage of country music
and
stardom.
And I'm not saying that can't be idiotic programming sometimes, but they clearly know something about what people care about and want to watch, or otherwise they wouldn't be showing it.
Right. Then
they show. Then they'll have a slice of hip hop. They'll have a slice of black culture alongside that.
There's some people that have the finger on the pulse of the country of randomly what America wants to see, and it's randomly a lot of country, Western related things, which I find so strange coming from the South that is something that people are into.
Yeah, because it's something we literally drive around in and are a part of all the time. And so it is also, it's frankly sometimes like,
and the West and the South, the West and the South are different, but there's a DNA that coincides with that. That's very clear, obviously. And so, I find that interesting. But
we're slowly watching Yellowstone kind of alongside our parents, and we're only on like towards the end of season 2 right now. And then also just another thing I want to say about Taylor Sheridan is that he's someone that I've noticed his name around for the last 10-ish years or whatever. And I actually saw there was a little kind of CBS News segment on him and about Yellowstone I recently watched that told his life story a little bit, which I wasn't really familiar with, that he was actually kind of started off as a model in Hollywood, which is really kind of seems random, but he's a good-looking guy too. And then acted a little bit, but was just never really breaking through. And a friend convinced him, well, you got all these ideas, why don't you write? And so he started to write movies and, have stuff like Sicario, which we
kind
love.
Of big breakthrough, Hell or High Water, Wind River, which I know people really love randomly, which I never did see, but...
So he's been kind of kicking around for a while, and his name's been out there, but it seems like with this, he's finally had this big atom bomb moment, and he's just like obviously developing TV shows left and right now. A random show that I'm randomly anticipating is Tulsa King, which
was originally going to be a Kansas City show, but then they changed it to Tulsa randomly. I don't know why. I was really wanting to see some Robert Altman, Kansas City.
But it's going to be Sylvester Stallone is going to be in that as like an East Coast mobster who basically.
What if Sylvester Stallone played Robert Altman in something? What do you think about that?
Hey,
let's film it, and I'll smoke some pot behind the scenes.
Well, frankly, doesn't it seem like you see the directorial efforts of Robert Altman? It would be made by a guy who sounds like Stallone. Actually, it's just like, hey, you go there, you walk over here, and the thing's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It almost seems like he would do that. But
anyway,
I think Terrence Winter's also actually really the big creative writer behind that, and I think Sheridan's putting his name on it.
Terrence
Torrential downpour winter.
Torrential winter. Terrence Winters kind of kicked around for a while since Boardwalk Empire ended. He tried to do vinyl. That didn't really work. I feel like there was another...
Obviously, he was right on The Sopranos. I don't know if you said that.
Well, right. But I'm saying since Boardwalk Empire...
Yeah.
We just all assumed that you knew that.
Well, we know that.
But Boardwalk Empire ended, and so that kind of ended, kind of sort of got pseudo-canceled. Not exactly, but they basically were like, all right, you need to end this, which I felt like, yeah, okay, let's end this.
Yeah.
But that since then, he's kind of had some trouble about getting stuff off the ground. He tried to do vinyl. That didn't really work out. So hopefully, with Sheridan's help, he can kind of make this show into something, that he can do.
Ooh, I was just looking. Garrett Hedlund is going to be like
oh my god,
main guy on that too.
Yeah.
And then this guy here who was just in
Yellowstone.
Dominic Lombard.
Who was he in Yellowstone?
He was like one of those main guys that was like trying to torture Beth.
That was who that was. I didn't even think about. Yeah, because he had that mask on. That's right.
Yeah.
Spoiler about season 2 torture scenes.
That was intense, by the way.
Yeah, it didn't even feel like the same show. It felt like another Taylor Sheridan, think like Sicario or something.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised by that. But yeah, so Tulsa King, when is that coming out?
I think this fall.
Oh yeah,
I think it's going to be on Paramount Plus. So that's.
Do we have that?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
Because
we got confused originally because Yellowstone is on Paramount Plus, but then it streams on.
You know how we solved this problem, by the way?
Yeah, we bought the Blu-rays.
I said, you know what? I'm going to just buy the Blu-rays and we're going to watch it.
What is it streaming on again? It's like...
I think it's on...
Disney or Peacock.
Peacock.
Yeah, it's like on Peacock.
It makes no sense because it's produced by Paramount.
Well, I think,
Plus
like
Paramount
we said,
Television.
they originally had the contract that they were going to air it on there, but then they were like, but now we have this Paramount Plus, streaming service, because it kind of started airing a couple years ago to not a whole lot of fanfare.
Well, it was when Spike TV rebranded,
right,
which was already owned by Viacom.
Bar Rescue's still on there. We're watching that this morning. Fire his ass. That
was like one of the big launch titles for the rebranding of it as Paramount Plus,
and it kind of just came
Paramount
on
Network, I should say.
Yeah, so I remember when that was going on, and that was before Paramount Plus was a streaming service.
I always forget too, the show sneaks up on you, and I'm not criticizing this, but the level of profanity in the show and the violence, I'm like, is this airing on like cable TV? Because we're watching the Blu-rays, which can be whatever, but I'm sometimes like, is this airing on like
it would have
cable
to be.
TV?
It probably shows late enough. There's some stuff like FX does that with Atlanta. I mean, like there's some shows like that. They just kind of let some stuff go now that I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah,
just the deteroration of our culture, I guess.
Yeah.
We
really love Yellowstone. I mean, it's a fun little family thing for us to get together.
We love watching our mom get pissed off about Beth Dutton and just like, oh my God, she's so nasty. I hate her, And then the other day we were talking about, she's like, I like her, but and she's like kind of admitted it. I guess she loves watching what she does, but
she's just one of those can't look away from train wrecks. Yeah.
Well, we love laughing about Rip all the time. And I do my Walker impression.
I was getting ready to ask you about this.
I'm not gonna do that, Rip. I think you need to back off of what you're saying to me right now. Like,
this guy's just such a random breath of fresh air.
Yeah, because he's not. Well, right now
he's like this guy who just got out of jail.
Yeah,
he's got. I love his cowboy hat. By the way, it's kind of out of step with a lot of them.
Looking, yeah.
And then he's like a singer. He's got a guitar, and he's just the outsider of the whole ranch. And
he's like, there's some weird stuff that happens here. Like,
and he knows that something's off, and he even gets branded, I guess, too. Right. And he was getting ready to take a trip to the train station, which, if you know the show, you know what that means.
That long black train.
Yeah. And so, but as of this point where we're watching, he off the show.
But I think he's going to come back later. Yeah.
I also saw in that CBS news segment about this that the show got described as Little House on the Prairie meets The Godfather, which I thought was like a randomly good designation,
because it's all about this family and all these machinations of things. And that guy the Walker is like a musician randomly. It's like, that's funny that
which
they brought
is
him
why
on
I'm
the show,
really excited for Tulsa King, because that's going to be this more explicitly underworld
crime
meets
thing.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, the West,
and of course Rip we love doing our own impressions of like, put the F over there.
Put that dadgum chocolate chip cookie down.
Yeah, he's like, put that down and get the F to work. Whole attitude I just love. And like him just him and Beth being together. I mean, what a match made in hell. You know, like, I mean, I couldn't think of a better. You know,
Kevin Costner's the perfect lead of a show like this because he as the kind of the patriarch, he kind of brings it all together, and he
kind of taking a page out of the Book of Succession as far as like he's on his last leg as far as the kind of Brian Cox character
who's going to inherit it,
right? But then it's like, but he keeps hanging around, and it's like.
I would say he's like more definitively in control. I would say even than Brian Cox is in terms of healthy, enough and a physical specimen.
But at the same time, this is the kind of lifestyle that kills you quicker. Yeah. So it's kind of an inherent like, will he die earlier than that? Sort of thing. But
so we're big fans of Yellowstone, and then I'm very interested to see what this is going to work out. This Horizon project.
Put that new season on the TV.
It's probably one of those things too. Even if I didn't like the first movie, and if it was going to come out some months later, I'm like, I'm going to go just to support this. Like,
I don't care what it is. Yeah, I'm going to watch it anyway. Doesn't matter.
So, I would say that's Horizon, but it hasn't really been made yet. Yellowstone and Kevin Costner. But now we're going to dive right into The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, which again came out the original version in 1976.
And we are going to be
watching the
director's cut.
Levi, what's this movie about?
So, well, first of all, Killing of a Chinese Bookie is, as we said, a 1976 American neo-noir crime film written and directed by John Cassavetes, starring Ben Gazzara. This is the second of their 3 collaborations following Husbands and Just Before Opening Night. Basically, it's about Cosmo Vitelli, who is this kind of strip club owner in Los Angeles, who's this kind of gambler, and he gambles himself into this situation where the mob, who he goes to, by the way, love the casino he goes to is called Ships Ahoy.
Yeah.
And it's like this real crappy looking, very un-mob looking hangout. And that he owes them like $23,000 or something. And basically, he's like, well, I don't really have the money because I put all my money into the club. And they're like, okay, well, instead you're going to have to kill this Chinese bookie guy that we need killed. He's kind of small potatoes. But it turns out this guy's actually a pretty big triad boss in Los Angeles. And they actually had planned that he would more or less, kind of spoil in the movie, but more or less that he would die in the act just so they could get rid of him since they realize he's not going to be able to pay.
And probably, they don't even say this exactly, but probably worm their way into controlling the club.
Right. And that's enough. Yeah, because Moore is always, the Seymour Cassell character is always talking about how much he likes it. And they can kind of take over his operation and get rid of him. And if he kills the guy, then whatever, but they don't expect that'll happen.
Bonus points.
But, but like, as Patrick Star once said, bonus points. But what happens is he actually succeeds, and then the rest of the movie is everybody like, oh crap, what are we gonna do? And that's pretty much the movie. And the rest of the movie is him just kind of hanging out in the very like singing in the shower, but John Cassavetes
same as Club Again
style,
the,
Crazy Horse West. And ultimately about him kind of just hanging out and killing people in his spare time.
And being, he's obviously a sad sack loser, but like, it seemed like he really relishes his life in terms of running this club and being, this is his domain, and he kind of fairly benevolently controls it. But then gets mixed up in this one little world that he has is under threat of being taken away from him.
And a lot of people talked about, and I guess we can kind of start talking about the plot. Ben Gazzara as Cosmo Vitelli. We'll talk about Gazzara in a minute, but obviously he said...
One of the great character names ever, by the way.
Cosmo Vitelli, I mean, that Cosmo's more or less sort of a weird impersonation of Cassavetes, and I feel like stands in for Cassavetes in a lot of ways. That it says here, he believed that Vitelli, who cares deeply about the rather peculiar art aspect of his nightclub routines, but is faced with patrons who are only there for the naked girls and care little about the artistic value of any of the routines, was a double for Cassavetes himself.
The whole dance between art and commerce was obviously a huge part of Cassavetes' life.
Yeah, and it seems like throughout the whole movie that Cosmo feels that his routines are something more than meets the eye, kind of by way of also Mead Roberts' Mr. Sophistication, that there's inherently something artistic going on here, but that people ultimately just want to see the nudity. And so the movie itself almost feels like Cassavetes saying, okay, I'm going to give you your crime movie, I'm going to give you your nudity, here's what it is. And it's not going to be what you want it to be, even though it's going to give you that. That's ultimately, I feel like, what the whole movie's about in a lot of ways. Most people recognize that about it. That's very much part of it. But as far as Ben Gazzara in the movie and in general, what are your thoughts on him?
Well, I don't know if this is the best performance he ever gave, but it's certainly the most easy. Like, I think he just fits this like a glove easily. And I think he actually had a hard time playing this part.
He didn't really like the movie either, I don't think, the original cut of it, which a lot of people had problems with.
Speaks to me of his skill as an actor, that he's able to just slide right into this, and while he might have had all these qualms about it, like, he just so exudes this lovable loser aspect of Cosmo Vitelli that the odds are stacked against him from the very beginning, but somehow, some way, due to his grin, you think he might just get through it all, and like he might just survive. And he's obviously a staple actor for Cassavetes. We saw it later, but it was an earlier movie, Husbands. Was that the first time they worked together?
They worked together in TV a lot and on stage some too. They were good friends. But
and so I think he's really great in this movie, especially, and always a welcome face to see pop up. I think the first time I probably would have ever seen him was as Jackie Treehorn in Big Lebowski.
Yeah, and then later the villain in Roadhouse.
Oh, and that is very memorable in my head, and it's downright laughable to me to think of someone who dealt with like a true artist like John Cassavetes was the villain in Roadhouse.
That's probably part of why he got the job. But I mean, he was the Big Lebowski.
I mean, as cheesy and dumb as that movie is, Roadhouse, he's so good in it. I think, and like, randomly is tough and fights, and it's just like, what? It's
really weird.
It's just very strange. But he's great in this. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's one of the most natural, like I said, fit like a glove performances I've ever seen. He is a lot like Cassavetes, but he's so much of himself. I love that he just grins and all the time. Yeah, because there's that whole scene in the movie where like his girlfriend in the movie, Rachel. He goes and lives with her mother, and he kind of lives there part of the time. And she finally is like, I think you're full of crap. I want you to leave if you're not going to deal with this weird situation. He's like, all right, I love you. He's like, well, you don't want to hear the story. Okay. And you get the impression that he's so beleaguered all the time. He's used to the feeling that he's just like, oh, everybody hates me. Well, I'm just having a good time.
Yeah.
And that he cares about these people, but he also is fine if they don't like him. Like, he doesn't really care because he's going to be who he wants to be. But at the same time, rarely gets to be that person.
Yeah.
And what is so interesting about him as a character, and I think what actually the shorter version gets at more than the original, kind of counterintuitively, is that you get the sense that really deep down he is a cold-blooded, heartless killer. That he had these experiences in the Korean War, that he is that at first he's like, I don't want to kill this person, but ultimately he does it. And then the ability that he has to kind of dispatch with some of the other mob people, the randomly formidableness of him, even when he's wounded, that he's able to do all these things, speaks to a different type of primal animal that lies beneath him, that the movie, that I feel like the longer version hints at a little too much sometimes, and that I feel like is more effective in the shorter version, that it just kind of happens and you're like, oh, this is the type of person he really is.
Well, as much as a loser as he is, he wouldn't even get to where he was if he didn't have this innate survival instinct and ability to get out of tough situations.
And in the long, and we'll kind of talk about some of the differences later, but in the longer version of the movie, you get the sense that he's been kind of lured into the problem by the Mort character. In the shorter version, it feels like he made these decisions on his own. Now he has to deal with it, and I feel like that's a more interesting version of that than that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't know where we should mention this, but just last night I went back and rewatched. Peter Falk, and John Cassavetes on the Dick Cavett show.
That was for Husbands.
I know it was for Husbands, but I was going to mention this in this. That as funny as that is, the more I watch it, the more kind of eye roll worthy it becomes to me as far as how they're acting. Apparently afterwards they felt
apologized
embarrassed
and they said
bad.
they felt
you
bad
go watch that though. It's just a madhouse in terms of Dick Cavett. We love, one of the great underrated talk show hosts. He has all three of them on. I think the movie hadn't even come out yet. It was just like they were on there talking about it basically.
Yeah. There is also, I want to mention, this was in the early 70s.
We might end the show with this.
Yeah, actually we will. Yeah, which you have to see this to believe it. It's totally nut. By the way, if you want to see that video, we're talking about the other one. Peter Falk, John Cassavetes, and Ben Gazzara Run Riot.
Now, isn't that on the Husband's Criterion?
Yes, it is also on the Husband's Criterion. So yeah, you can find that there. But this other video is randomly in 1972. It was the Easter Seals telethon for like these different. I don't remember exactly what. I'm gonna actually click on it and watch a little bit of it here while we're. Red means excitement at Ramada Inn.
Can't wait to skip that.
So we've got. I know that Cassavetes, Falk, and Gazzara are all in this, and then also. I can't remember her name.
One from the fall.
Yeah, and Adrienne Barbeau.
Yeah.
But like, this is total chaos. Like,
you can barely even hear what he's saying. Like,
but it's all these people dancing and like. This guy, you gotta actually. I'm gonna pause it and we'll put it at the end of the whole thing. But you gotta actually go and watch this because it's just total chaos of people.
That one guy with the big hair looks like the, the Eric's girlfriend in that '70s show. Her dad.
Oh yeah. I can't remember that guy's name, but yeah. But like, and they're running around. And it's
really like, are they drunk on drugs?
Yeah,
like, what's going on?
But it's like a telethon. Yeah. But it's like it's like, okay, so you have all these telethons where you have all the well, for lack of a better term, normal people, like, normal celebrities. Like, you have the ones that Jerry Lewis would do, and he would get all his friends come on. This is like the B level. Right. It's like all the weirdos come out and do this, and it's like just a really strange experience. Then they have like an Easter bunny that comes out later. Yeah, here it is. He's
got Seymour Cassell in there. No, he's too big.
Yeah, but anyway, we're gonna put that at the end, just the audio of it, and you're gonna be like, it's even weirder to It's weird because it seems weirder to listen to in the audio, but like, there's so much stuff going on in this. But anyway, yeah. So obviously they all hung out a lot, and yeah, they've had an interesting TV presence as well because a lot of them showed up on Columbo because Peter Falk kind of had them all on there multiple times. I know there was a whole episode that John Cassavetes directed of that I haven't seen. I think he was also the killer in. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so go look all that up. That's its own madness. But the Easter Sears Telethon 1972, unknown channel. It says we don't know where it happened. We don't know. It was probably just, frankly, I think it was a California thing because it was showing a lot of names on the TV for different places you could call in. Just look at that image there.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah.
Anyways, Ben Gazzara.
Anyway, Ben Gazzara's great.
Mr. Sophistication. He's actually not in the movie Mr. Sophistication, but
Mr.
Lucky,
he says he kind of calls himself. So Timothy Carey as Flo.
So this guy, he's colorful.
So Timothy Carey. So first of all, the character in the movie is one of the mobsters. He's one of the more tough guys that's kind of wanting to make him pay up. He's like, he needs to pay the money kind of attitude.
He needs to pay us. What does he say?
He owes us the money.
Yeah.
Pay us the money.
Yeah.
Timothy Carey, I don't really know where to start with him, but he was first starred in a lot of Kubrick movies.
Yeah.
It says, first of all, he was in Ace in the Hole, a.k.a. The Big Carnival.
I guess that was the title for it,
Bloodhounds of Broadway. Hellgate. There's a movie.
A lot of B movies,
Crime
basically.
Wave. Yeah, but
some noirs.
anyway, eventually he was in The Killing, also in Paths of Glory, and then later on, One-Eyed Jacks. I forgot he was in that.
Yeah.
He's that guy he beats up.
Yeah.
Randomly, he made this movie, The World's Greatest Sinner, which was this like independent movie
He directed, yeah.
that he wrote, directed, produced, and starred in. That is essentially about his character rises from being an insurance salesman to a powerful figure, but faces consequences from the real God of the Bible as he alienates his family and friends with his increasing egomania and dictator-like presence. I've heard this is randomly one of the weirdest, best random movies of the 60s that a lot of people haven't seen, but that he was really
Sounds like
behind.
a step away from a Robert Downey Sr. movie.
Right. Kind of like taking that with like the face in the crowd, sort of doing that whole thing. But yeah, then he was in he was in this. He was also Minnie and Moskowitz as Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
He was in another Cassavetes movie. He was only in one scene of that actually got cut out of the movie originally. And then he was in some TV. I know he was randomly on a lot of so a couple episodes of Columbo. He was also originally going to be in Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah, I've got a story I want to briefly drop in
yeah.
here of Tarantino talking about Timothy Carey.
Tim Carey is one of the great eccentric character actors of all time, and actually I'd read, he came in and read for Joe Cabot, and it was kind of between him and Lawrence Turney. Oddly enough, I didn't hire Timothy Carey because I'd heard he was so crazy. All right. He never would have been as bad as Lawrence Turney. At his craziest, his craziest could be just as bad as Lawrence Turney, but I don't think he would have been at that time. Timothy Carey also had this, but oh God, he was great. Timothy Carey he talked like this, and he was in these Kubrick films, and he's he's a crazy fucking guy. I mean, one of the weirdest fucking actors ever. And it's like he had this passion going on about farting. All right, it was like almost like a religion to him. That people kill themselves by holding in their flagellants. All right, by when you have to fart, you don't fart, so you're holding it in, and you're having these toxic gases that are actually killing yourself. You're letting methane into your system when you're supposed to let it out. That's the way your body's supposed to work. But society has now stopped us from doing that, and we're making our lives shorter by not letting go of where we're holding on to our poison to be polite. All right, so people should fart. That's one of the things that they should do. All right, and so when he calls up, I read this script and I loved it. I give it 5 farts.
And of course, he'd be someone that Tarantino was fond of. Yeah. Wanted to put in something.
And that would be fond of farting.
Yeah.
I guess.
And he in this movie, which reminded me of this. Yeah. He has some whole thing about people needing to fart or something. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
And I knew that had to be something he randomly talked about. And Cassavetes was like, let's put that in here somehow.
I bet him and Gazzara were laughing behind his back about it. Like, let's include that. And he's like, I have no shame. Such a weird presence in every movie he's ever in.
He just looks like no other guy, really. He looks like a guy who'd be like a operator in like a warehouse of the forklift or something. He just happens to be in these movies.
Yeah, he's a weird guy. I don't know. I mean, it's weird that he got second billing too, because he's not really in the movie as much. But Seymour Cassell is more Wheel. Now Cassell obviously, and his character in the movie, he's another mobster in the movie. He's kind of like the nice guy mobster. In the regular version of the movie, he's the guy who kind of gets Gazzara to show up and kind of lures him into the whole thing. In this, he's still kind of that version of the person. In the other version we're gonna watch, but as far as Cassell and other of his movies, what do you think? What do you think about Cassell in general? I guess our first exposure of him would have been in Rushmore.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when we were watching this. Is that it's weird going back and watching some of these movies, especially this one, because I just think of him as this nice old man type. Like, who was in, he was Max Fisher's father in Rushmore, and also got a bit part role in Royal Tenenbaums. And so I just imagine him in these very small, nice old man roles. You go back and watch these, Cassavetes movies he was in. And in this in particular, he's kind of more of a villain and kind of more of this kind of antagonist. Minnie and Moskowitz, his performance in that is something we quote from a lot.
I think about you so much I forget to go to the bathroom.
Which is in the second Halloween movie, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that scene was.
No, it wasn't.
It
was a later scene. But yeah, by the way, if you don't believe that's what he sounds like in that movie, literally go watch it. So what I normally think of him in randomly, and I think of him mostly in these movies, obviously.
Yeah.
He was also later in that movie In the Soup.
The Crew also.
And The Crew, yeah. What a random performance that was. Also, barely in The Life Aquatic at the beginning of that. And we talked about him then, I guess, some. But I randomly think of him the most in Faces. He's like one of the kind of main characters in that. Where so in that, he's like the kind of hippie guy. Well, he's not exactly a hippie, but the cool California cat that John Marley's wife in the movie goes out with and brings back to the house. Do we want to put that one moment of him in the movie where he's talking about it could have been that whole scene? Yeah, we'll put that in here real quick.
It could have been him. It could have been Gandhi. It could have been Buddha. It could have been Spuda. It could have been your daddy. It could have been your mama. It could have been your Could have been your What difference, man?
Could have been Buddha, could have been Spuda, could have been your daddy, could have been your mama, could have been your could have been your What difference, man? Yeah. I mean, I know you literally just heard it, but I figured I'd do my I mean, that whole performance is just so weird. I remember when I was first watching that movie, I randomly watched it projected against a cinder block wall in my college dorm building. That was the first Cassavetes movie I ever saw, as far as his directorial films. And we were watching it. My good friend Ryan, who I've talked about on the podcast some, he's a Cassavetes fan as well. Now, at the time, he came in and was watching some of it. He's like, what even is this? I was like, I don't know. We were particularly laughing about certain moments of his performance. But yeah, I'll just always remember that, him in that movie, I feel like made the biggest random impression, him and Jenna Rollins, their performance in the movie. Of course, this is a movie notably without Jenna Rollins. We can talk about her in a little bit as far as Cassavetes goes. But yeah, he's really interesting performance in this. Is just weird for him, especially. Morgan Woodward is the boss. Yeah. I'm not really aware of other things he's in. Let's look about him for a second. He's obviously the boss of kind of the mafia group. Said he was on Gunsmoke. He plays 16 different characters in 19 episodes. He was in Cool Hand Luke, it said. The sunglasses wearing man with no eyes.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Was he like the cop in that?
I think so.
Or like the guard? Yeah. I guess he was. He was like really big in that, though. Yeah. Right? Other things it says he's in, let's see, Sword of Alibaba. Wow. This is the biggest movie I think he was in. Battle Beyond the Stars, I know, is kind of one of those like
Star Wars
rip-offs. I've heard a lot about that one. Yeah, Westward Ho, the Wagons, with who is that? Looks like Jimmy Stewart. I don't know, it can't be, is it? Fess Parker. Anyway, and then he was on some TV. He was in everything. Tales of Wells Fargo.
I think he's good in this movie because he's like, you don't really get a handle on who he is or what he's about. He's kind of got this executive, steely, removed kind of performance he has.
One of my favorite random moments in the movies where he's like saying, get the, because there's like the lawyer character that's around all the time. He's like, get this specific form. Yeah, it's like they're used to doing this stuff all the time. It's just like and
they're taking over men's business.
Yeah, he's not really. Yeah, he's not really in the movie a whole lot, but he's pretty interesting presence. Yeah, we'll kind of talk about him more in the movie. But Azizi Johari as Rachel. She's the African American female character who's
kind of his main girlfriend.
Yeah, who seems to care quite a bit about, but also is like
I am trying to be my own Mrs. Sophistication.
I am my own man. I don't make commitments.
That's
not in my forte. Yeah. Seems like she was actually more of a Playboy model. Wasn't in a whole lot of movies. Said she was in Rocky as Ring Girl. But yeah, she's in the movie. Actually, one thing about the movie, both versions. I like her to be in it a little more because I feel like there's more of a story there to tell with her.
Yeah.
And there is somewhat. I mean, it's clear that she's kind of the main girl that he's interested in, and he feels like there should be some kind of life he can live with her, and also with Virginia Carrington as Betty, who's her mother in the movie.
Yeah.
But she's not in the movie a whole lot, but she's pretty good. I mean, I feel like actually all the randomly the females in the movie, all the kind of dancers in the movie are actually kind of really quite good in their own way for a movie that normally wouldn't care as much about them. I feel like they get a random amount of screen time.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's pretty good. I'm going to skip through some of these really quickly because a lot of these people I'm not as familiar with. Meade Roberts is Mr. Sophistication, who supposedly was a screenwriter. He wrote The Fugitive Kind.
Okay. He's in Opening Nights too as the actor.
I don't remember him in that. But yeah, it says he is, I guess. Yeah, I don't remember that. But In the Cool of the Day, Sandy just wrote some different movies, but mainly The Fugitive Kind. That's kind of the big thing, I guess, adapting Tennessee Williams. What do you think of him in this movie? He's a very particular.
He's like such a particular sad sack. Like it's like he thinks he's really bound for great things, but he's stuck here, and he really buys into the fact that he is quote Mr. Sophistication. Yeah. But
because he's like, I am the major draw here.
Yeah,
it's like nobody comes here for you.
Yeah, I think that's probably meant to laugh on its face at that. Right. I think, but and he's like, I know I'm kind of a freakish.
He's like,
individual,
and like he's trying to like, and Gazzara's trying to be like, no, not freakish, and he's like, no, freakish. I am a freak. Like, it's like very much, like you said, it's weird. He has this weird self-confidence and self-respect,
but self-loathing,
ego, but also self-loathing. He obviously Gazzara stands in for Cassavetes, but I think he stands in for Cassavetes in a lot of ways too. Is kind of the guy that's got to be out there doing the thing. And he's like, I kind of have this thing I want to do for you here, but nobody's listening. So he's like, all right, I guess I got to do this thing.
Yeah.
Very weird whole performance. Yeah. John Red Colors as the accountant. He's randomly the lawyer guy who always carries in the briefcase. Not a whole lot to say about him other than just sort of weird, annoying performance. We'll kind of talk about that more in the movie, I guess. Al Rubin is Marty Wright's. He's like one of the random bookies in the movie that has to get paid off. He was like one of the major producers for Cassavetes. Was a good friend of his. He's I think still alive because he's been in a lot of interviews on like special features for Criterions and just stuff of him talking about Cassavetes. He's barely in the movie, but
he was a producer.
He has one of my favorite random moments in the director's cut where there's that scene in the movie where Gazzara goes to pay him off, and he's like, I never want to see your ugly face again, or whatever. And in the director's cut, it actually cuts to his face and him just like looking at him. He's like, I could care less about anything you're saying to me right now. Like, but it's just kind of a funny moment that's not really in the original version. In the original version, there's a whole little thing that's cut out of him going to count the money. He's like, this son of a bitch, like to himself counting it, and Gazzara's standing there watching him do it. That's not in the director's cut actually. But yeah, he's in the movie. Something that should be mentioned. I think that's mostly it. One other person I did want to mention. It doesn't say his name here in the cast on Wikipedia, but I think was Jenna Rollins' brother. I'm gonna have to look at his name again here. But he was randomly supposed to be the friend who died in Husbands.
Okay.
Because he's in some of the pictures at the beginning of the movie.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he's also in, I think he's like the doorman in Opening Night. He's also, it says in Minnie and Moskowitz, I don't remember that. But in Love Streams, that's kind of his biggest, I guess, performance. Let me find him here. Yeah, David Rollins is his name. But yeah, in Love Streams, there's that whole scene where he's like, is like the analyst for her character, and he's like, you need to be having sex with someone. I don't care about who or whatever. It's like, well, what? He's like, go to Europe. No one knows you there. It's like one of my favorite line readings ever. But yeah, he's in the movie as like the driver or whatever. That's pretty much the cast, though. It's mostly just a certain group of people throughout the whole movie. But any other thoughts on that before we talk about Cassavetes?
No, I don't think so. And this is I think it's important to note that Cassavetes was not in this movie. He was in, I don't know about most, but he was in a lot of his biggest movies to some extent.
He was in Opening Night. He was in Husbands. He was in Love Streams. Most of his other movies, though, he's not in Ordinarily Influenced. He's not in Faces. He's not in this.
But he's not,
he's actually in Shadows randomly. One of the first movies is like that cameo where he's pushing that guy around on the street. What a weird that is.
But even when he's not there, again, there's these very strong male figures or performances, whether it be Peter Falk or Gazzara or Seymour Cassell. But also, most of his, not this one, not as much, but most of his movies have a very strong female presence, often in the presence of his own wife, Gena Rowlands, who's arguably, if not one of the greatest actors ever, maybe the greatest actor. I mean, her performance in something like One Run of the Influence is something that's truly stood the test of time and is amazing. I mean, but then she's almost just as good in Love Streams or in Opening Night.
Faces, she's kind of understatedly great in that a little more.
And I think one of the biggest things about Cassavetes as a filmmaker, and we talked about this a little bit last week, is that his plots or his stories are not all that inventive. They're good, they're serviceable, but what gives his movies the power that they have is that he's very clearly an actor-director who is shooting for the performance, which in many ways is ultimately what a director's biggest job should be, usually, is capturing great performances. And so he's very much an actor's director, whether he himself is even acting in the movie or not. What about Cassavetes' films for you separate him from a great many of his contemporaries or what's even followed since, and especially in the realm of independent film?
Independent
cinema.
As far as his understanding of the actor as being the main draw in a movie, and his movies are very neo-realistic. They're not particularly stylistically crazy or anything. Which I always respected a little more now, because a lot of the movies in the early New Hollywood movies like Easy Rider, or Bonnie and Clyde, and some that would follow, really focused on the stylism of themselves and saying, let's do this with the camera, or the editing.
Sometimes his were that way.
Cassavetes was always more interested in just filming, and that was its own style that was kind of groundbreaking, that was a big thing in Europe, more taking from Italian neorealism and French films and whatever. But that he ultimately is just let's just put the people there, and it's kind of like film theater, ultimately.
And we don't know exactly sometimes what will happen. We'll just follow whatever inclination strikes us.
And that, has been one of the most, influential things that a director's ever done. As far as, there were other directors that did that, but as far as on the scale and the caliber of actors that he got to do that he trusted to do what they wanted to do, they trusted him to let them do what they wanted to do. And I think he said something about, I read somewhere, that it was more about, he wrote the lines, and then whatever happens with the emotions of the lines in the scenes in the movie is what ultimately happens. I first saw him as an actor, obviously. I would have seen him in The Dirty Dozen, and I was like, who the hell is this? So I was very aggravated by him. I was like, this guy's so annoying to watch. Couldn't stand him. Then watched Rosemary's Baby, which is a movie I overall didn't care for. I didn't really like him in it either. And I was like, God, this guy makes movies? I was like, oh my God, how bad could these be? So I waited a few years and then eventually watched Faces, which we watched on Filmstruck randomly, which was the original version of the Criterion channel. That was very short-lived. And was pretty blown away by that. I actually have liked it more now, but I was so shocked by it. I was like, I've never seen anything like this quite before. And just the way that he's able to just construct scenes out of thin air and just seemingly let things happen and just let the camera roll and see what happens, and that feel like it goes by quickly and it feels like you're engaged in it even when nothing ever happens, is a feeling that I never had with a movie before, as far as just letting something happen that isn't inherently interesting. There's not a lot of action going on. It's kind of just people arguing and screaming and running around in their house.
Well, that's the thing, quote, not a lot's happening. That's what's happening in most homes every day. I think that's what his movie felt like, finally, an answer to these European film movements as far as these slice of life films that were being made. He finally feels like the American artistic equivalent of what a lot of those movies were.
Yeah, so that's ultimately what I love about him, and what's different about him from other New Hollywood people is he felt like he was not even in. He made movies for studios. Columbia picked up Husbands. That wasn't really that big of a success, so that kind of they didn't really want to make. He didn't make a whole lot of other movies with studios, but. I guess A Woman Under the Influence was just a really big independent release, because I know that got a lot of kind of attention and somewhat of a commercial following. I know that Faces, it wasn't a big commercial success, but in the underground circuit was really big, and so that was kind of a minor commercial success in that sense, kind of like Putney Swope around the same time, I guess. But that, also, well, I think he made that movie Big Trouble was kind of a studio movie at the end of his career. Yeah. But he consistently still made these movies that would make him some money so that he could make these movies. And it was clear that, and you could even tell this sometimes in the movies he was making, that he had a clear kind of, contempt for whatever movie he was being in. He was kind of like, oh, I'll just kind of do this.
Yeah, right.
Whatever. Not that he didn't give it his all in his own way, but
this was where he really found his pleasure and his glee, was making these things,
And so I think that's what I respect so much about him, is that he's just able to... There's nothing about his movies that are inherently groundbreaking other than the fact that they just are what they are and just something totally different that has been so influential even on European cinema of the time, that that became more of a thing, I think, in the 80s, of certain filmmakers that would make movies that were. He
wasn't the kind of filmmaker who's making these quote big statement or big quote societal films that was trying to say this or that. It was really based on the reality of whatever characters he's depicting, which is ultimately the most authentic and truthful kind of cinema you could want to.
And that's, I think, why he's one of my favorite filmmakers, is just that every one of his movies I've seen, it's like every scene there's something unexpected.
Right.
And I've seen most of his movies now. I think there's only one or two I haven't. Probably Big Trouble and A Child Is Waiting. Too Late Blues and A Child Is Waiting were made for studios, and those didn't really work out, so he kind of went back and made Faces. But
again, I'm not quite as big a fan of Levi, but I myself am a big fan. What would be your kind of top 3 or 4 Rushmore Pantheon films for him?
Well, I made a list of this at some point, and I'm just going to have to look at it mainly just to remember what all his movies are here. Hang on.
I know for me, I think Woman Under the Influence is his greatest film in many ways because of what it represents and what it means, and literally just it captured Gena Rowland's performance in that, and I think that is very meaningful. Love Streams is a movie that you kind of turned me on to, and it isn't one of his more celebrated movies, but I think
that's my favorite.
Almost his, again, maybe second best, and one of my very favorites as well.
Yeah.
From him.
Well, as far as the different types of movies that I feel like goes across his whole milieu, is probably Love Streams, A Woman Under the Influence, and Faces. But as far as my 3 kind of favorite and best, I think are Love Streams, A Woman Under the Influence, and Opening Night.
Opening Night, that's
I'm a big
also
fan
really
of that. And I think what kind of to sort of go back to this movie a little bit, and also Gloria, which is another movie we haven't mentioned, is that he's not afraid to sometimes go into these more genre-y elements. Obviously, with making this movie and Gloria are these definitive
crime
movies.
Yeah, Gloria, is, I'd say, a lot more conventional in many ways than this, and it has a kind of more patently happy ending,
right? And has a mother-son relationship between two people who aren't related.
It is
take a walk.
Yeah, take a walk. I mean, that moment, we quote and think about all the time from her.
But as far as that goes, he's able to make movies like that and this, and then also those whole portions of Opening Night where it's quite literally a ghost story.
Yeah.
Is just an unexpected, wait, what? Because that movie's very dramatic. It's about theater and about the fragile mental state of the actress in that. But also randomly just about, oh, by the way, there's this ghost in the movie. And it's just what? So he's not afraid to kind of indulge in those more genre-y elements.
Yeah.
But so I think that's what makes this movie interesting, is that he's willing to take all of these elements of his movies, of the way they move and the actor-centric, kind of dialogue-centric nature of the movies, and then make that into a crime movie. I think that's what has made it stand the test of time in relation to these other movies and remain memorable is that it's so weird and kind of different.
Yeah, everything's just slightly off kilter.
Right.
And that in its own way was one of his signatures, I guess, is that you feel like you're like in haunted house might be too strong a word, but you're in like a little hall of mirrors, and like sometimes things are going to be very straightforward, but then other times you look over and it's going to be very fractured and strange, and you're not really sure how you're going to quote get out of it. The hall of mirrors that he set up in these movies. Another one we haven't really mentioned much is Husbands.
Yeah.
That's a more recent one we've seen, and frankly, that's one I'm not as in love with. But I almost think that that's almost the mission of a movie like that is like it's trying to make me chafe and make these men grow up a little bit, and I think it's about their inability to do that. And so I think the actual message of it is good in terms of it's saying these men are refusing to do that, but there is something that I want to see it again because I've only seen it once, but that's a more recent one. Another one we should mention, and he didn't direct this, but it still feels very much part of his milieu, is Mikey and Nikki, which was directed and written, I think, as well by Elaine May. Stars he and Peter Falk. That kind of has a designation as an unofficial... I mean, he's obviously in as an actor, but like an unofficial even Cassavetes movie because it's so... part of that. What do you think of those two movies, Husbands and Mikey and Nikki?
Well, Husbands I really love a lot, and I remember we watched it, and I get that people kind of chafe at it a little bit, but the movie feels so clearly that is the message of the movie, to say, look at these crazy, stupid people, and that they want to escape their lives and go do this thing, but ultimately they have to come back to it, and just kind of... It's just a really entertaining movie, though, too, to just see them running around and doing what they do. And I feel like that's sort of, in a lot of ways, maybe his most essential movie as far as the pace of it, that it kind of is just them literally running around doing whatever the whole time. Yeah.
In light of a friend's death.
Right. And that they're ultimately trying to hide from that by just doing all these crazy things, and ultimately they just come back, and that's the end of the movie, and you got your Bush babies. That whole thing. But, so yeah, that I really love quite a bit, but I get why people kind of chafe at
it. Almost feels like a feature-length version of what is the Dick Cat that Dick Cat show appearance is in terms of where they were at that time in terms of that goofiness.
Mikey and Nikki, I'm not as crazy about. I remember watching that at the time, and it feels a little too conventional for me. I mean, it's a little off kilter, but it is cool. I think people love it to see it as like a Cassavetes Falk buddy movie, which I'm all the way there for. You know, I'd watch that movie anytime. But I don't know. It just feels a little. And I like Elaine May a lot too. But it feels like it's supposed to be more of a Cassavetes thing, but kind of isn't. And it feels a little more Columbo-esque in certain ways. And I liked it, but I haven't really thought a whole lot about it ever since I've seen it. So it's not one of my favorites or anything, but it's good.
Yeah, and to turn our attention, I think, back to Killing of a Chinese Bookie, this, and along with Glory, as we said, it's a more slightly conventional, I say slightly, but I'd say Glory is more conventional than this, obviously, genre movie.
Yeah.
And oftentimes in a lot of the reviews we read, and even on the Wikipedia page, the slight presence of Martin Scorsese in this creative process has seemingly disappeared in terms of as a name. I think he kind of co-conceived of this story, or was kind of... They worked on this slightly together, I think, at the script level, but then Cassavetes ultimately pinned on his own. And obviously, this is when Scorsese was young, hot new filmmaker after making something like Mean Streets and Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. And he was also famously a mentor to... Cassavetes was a mentor to him in terms of saying, hey, why don't you make more of the movies you want to make? And that's where Mean Streets came out of. Yeah. So, I know Scorsese's always had glowing things to say about him as a mentor and as a friend. But how do you think Cassavetes makes a genre movie that we've seen many other times? What does he add to it in his own unique way for you that gives it a new life?
Well, it's interesting because he is engaging in the certain genre tropes that you would find in a movie like this, because I think probably the best whole sequence of the movie is the titular sequence of him going and stalking the guy and killing him. But that you almost forget you're watching a Cassavetes movie for a minute because it's so intense and so suspenseful. Not that his movies aren't sometimes that anyway,
but not in a conventional,
but not in
plot-oriented
right?
way.
And so it proves that he can certainly do those things. But what it also gives us is just a different kind of filter over the whole thing of just the way that everything is trotted out, is just in a whole different storytelling mode. And so as far as that, I think he makes a really good crime movie. I think it's a better one than Gloria. That's a little more conventional for my taste. But this, I feel like, is still very much a Cassavetes movie, but also the kind of crime movie we would want to have. Even though it is sometimes, and most of the time, sort of a letdown, it still has, as far as crime movies go, it still has those elements that go along with it, I guess.
I think for me, the biggest difference is, I said it a second ago, is it's not very plot oriented. A lot of crime movies are very plot oriented. Funnily enough, some of the ones we've just done are not so much, but that's maybe why we're doing those.
Yeah.
But well, something like Friends of Eddie Coyle, it has like a plot to it, but
it goes about it in a leisurely pace.
I think that was part and parcel with what was in vogue cinematically at this time, and Cassavetes naturally fit into, in terms of, we're going to take our time and make this more about the characters, and specifically Cosmo Vitelli in this.
Yeah, because most of these movies you don't get. I think that's maybe what he adds ultimately. Is most of these movies you don't get that much time with the lead performer, because it's more interesting in creating this world of all these different mob figures or crime figures. This movie's not really interested in doing that. It's just kind of like, well, these people exist, but it's all about Cosmo the whole time. And so that's a little different, that you really feel like you get to know the person very naturally. And a lot of that comes from Gazzara, not even as much from Cassavetes' screenplay. It's a lot more about what Gazzara adds to it and what they came up with together, obviously.
Yeah. I think one thing also that, a slight criticism I would say of this movie, is something that it lacks, at least I would say, is a strong feminine perspective that is present in most of his other movies. Even in a movie like Husbands that doesn't have it, that's part of the point, I think, is that it doesn't. And
this has, like I said, that female presence of all the different dancers in the movie.
Yeah, and they all have their own little personality.
Right, and that at least is something. But yeah, it's not. Yeah,
doesn't have a commanding kind of co-lead performance,
which is totally opposite of which in Gloria, which obviously Rollins is the whole deal. So
we can talk a little bit too about, we've hinted at it. You've said some stuff about the differences between the theatrical and the director's cut. We're going to be watching again the director's cut. I think he does one of the few rare things, which is, I love any director that does this, that actually he makes the movie shorter.
Yeah.
And that's not because I want to see, quote, shorter movies, but I think it's just so difficult for filmmakers to cut things.
Yeah.
And realize that, we need to cut this little bit of Marvel to make the sculpture that we want. And I think that's just a very rare quality. And then, frankly, his films already kind of operate with a oftentimes pleasantly baggy nature to them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whether it be Husbands or Wonder and the Influence or Love Streams, they're movies that, and I'm not the least bit bored by them, but they take their time, and they're not going to be, they're more leisurely paced. And so it's fascinating to me that he saw that, maybe this movie didn't exactly work in the configuration it was, and he didn't fundamentally change the movie, but is just going to kind of chop away at kind of some of the fat that maybe was on it.
Gazzara was quoted as saying that he hated the original cut, it was too long, he said.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess
that Gazzara hated the original cut? Okay, yeah. So
I guess part of the main differences, and I can talk about them more specifically, in the, first of all, the beginning of the movie is totally different. They kind of switch the order of some scenes around. And like I said, the main thing is, I feel like, first of all, the director's cut is tighter.
Yeah.
And you get more of a sense about him. It's a little bit more icy and cold about it, not as open and more warm about what's going on. But you get the sense that he put himself in these positions unwillingly, rather than was lured into it. And also, they don't harp as much randomly in the original version about the fact that he's a Korean War veteran, and that that's why he's able to do some of the things he does. And in that, you get a little more of a sense of him as a formidable force immediately.
Yeah.
I guess the theatrical version is a little more interested in doing that incrementally. I find why that would be more interesting to people. I personally am more interested in the bluntness of the director's cut. I think is more. Normally, I'm not that way about something, but watching this version, also the nightclub scenes are longer. I didn't really feel like that needed to be as much.
I feel like, you know, in theory, it's like, oh, I'd like to see more of that, but then you see the back of your original version, you're like, this can be chopped, and I feel like you get the gist of that with the shorter version. So it's like, okay, we don't really need, like, you know, this to be quite as flabby as it maybe is. But again, this was, I think, a very unconventional call for him to make, because usually you would expect him maybe to want to add things. And instead he decides to cut, and I think that's a fascinating decision on his part. Yeah,
and was for the better. I know there's some people that think the opposite.
Yeah, the official Criterion essay for this, I don't remember who wrote it. I can pull it up here real quick. Let's see. Was Philip Lopate, which was a good little essay. Yeah. He thought that the original was better.
Yeah.
We could talk a little bit too about the reviews for this. The Canby review was very kind of so what
dismissive of Cassavetes in general too. It felt like and you know, Cassavetes is very beloved now. But in the moment and even since, his movies still, sometimes some people are not into their leisurely pace, their grating, acerbic nature.
So a quote from Canby's review here a little bit. He says, this is again him talking about Killing of a Chinese Bookie, watching the film is like listening to someone use a lot of impressive words, the meanings of which are just wrong enough to keep you in a state of total confusion, but occasionally right enough to hold your attention. What is he trying to say? It takes a little while to realize that maybe the speaker not only doesn't know, but doesn't even care to think things out. He hopes that if he continues to talk, he may happen upon a truth as if it were a found object, which I think, I don't quite agree with that criticism, but I think there's something fascinating in there that speaks to Cassavetes' vision. And again, I think what makes him slightly different from a lot of these other new Hollywood directors is he does not have sometimes... is not like message picture oriented. He's just going to make a movie that thrives on these characters, thrives on maybe the situations and the chaos of that, and that's really all he's interested in. He's not interested in beating you over the head with what this is, quote, about. In many ways, that flies in the face of what he was trying to do, or what a lot of conventional Hollywood was trying to do, and movies he was frustrated with were probably movies that really laid things out on the table cynically. This is what this is about, and he's not really interested in doing that. He's interested in putting these characters in situations and making you think, how would I respond to that? Which is in many ways the most classical form of storytelling one can ever do.
Yeah.
But well, why this movie?
Well, part of it is just because we haven't gotten to Cassavetes yet, and here we are doing these crime movies. We felt we needed to do it, but I guess
it fits into the time period in terms of the chronology we're going through.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like for his movies, it's an interesting place to start because it's not what he typically actually does, and it's a little more. I feel like this specific director's cut version is a breezier, good kind of punch. Has a punch to it that is easier to do an initial commentary of his work, I think. So
very good. So you're going to hear the trailer for The Killing of Chinese Bookie, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
Let's go, we're late. For Christ's sake, move your ass. Let's go. I'm a club owner. I took a place from nothing and I built it into something. I've been loan sharked to death.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Crazy Horse West is proud and pleased to present to you a new guest entertainer, Mr. Tony Maggio. Take it away, Tony.
I killed a few people. Oh. With an M1. I learned it. You learn it. You learn to be happy, you learn to play the fool, you learn to be what everybody wants you to be. Never mind. I got radar. I got instincts about those things. It's a setup. get the message.
Love, sweet love, 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 sweet love. I can give you anything. We're sure to find happiness, and I guess all the...
And here we are, we're back. I don't know. We watched a few trailers for this movie. I mean, I think they work in of themselves, but not great, like, trailer intro material. I don't really think.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Well, I think that the one we chose was fine, but...
you can tell he very clearly wants to avoid the, like, hyper flash and over voiceover that was in a lot of probably trailers of the time,
yeah, I mean, it was a little more trying to be like more normal trailers than his other movies, you can tell,
Sure.
so that's probably the distributors kind of pushing that.
So as we said in the intro, this is the director's cut we're watching off the Criterion Blu-ray. I don't know, on the Criterion channel, does it give you options of which
I think
one to
the
watch?
Criterion channel might when it's on there. As far as the version that is consistent, randomly, most of his movies or a lot of these main 5 that are in this set are randomly on HBO Max, like all the time.
Yeah.
So the one that's on there is the theatrical.
Okay.
So
yeah,
just
keep
know
that in
that.
mind. But again, we're
not
watching
going to play their
the
game,
director's
so.
cut Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At this point, I'm not even sure how many Criterion movies we've done at this point. We'll be doing one next week.
Well, quite a few, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Good
the exact
old
number.
Janus
But...
Films. This just throws us right into the action.
Yeah, that's what I kind of like about this version, that it just starts. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and we can talk a little bit about the original cut. Like that kind of is him, starts with him kind of driving around collecting money from people that, you know, and that kind of establishes him more as a guy who's dealing with all that, and this just kind of immediately foregrounds he's a club owner waiting for the club to kind of get started.
And that he's kind of just putting off that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The differences actually aren't that major between the movies. I just feel that and we were talking earlier about him here smiling like,
like he likes it.
Yeah, like, ooh.
Yeah, my mother's rectal cavity.
Yeah.
As you said.
Yeah. But, I don't know, I just feel that this is just a tighter version of it. It's just a little bit better to me, but...
So his like kind of whole production company called Faces.
Yeah.
I guess that started with Faces. I don't know. It's very, very apt for an actor to name a production company that, because I mean, obviously we talked about how so much of his movies are about capturing the acting and the faces themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, so
and I mentioned this earlier about this scene. That I had forgotten this part of the scene was actually in this version. I thought it was just in the theatrical, but
yeah.
That's Al Rubin, as we said, one of his producers. I don't think he was in any of his other movies that I'm aware, but.
As we said earlier, Crazy Horse West is the name of this club.
Yeah, it's interesting also that they had that all be in the club, that whole scene, because they're going to put the other part of the scene later, but that was in his club the whole time. That wasn't really conveyed in the other version. Bass drum hit, or bass, excuse me. God, the
Big mouth Billy bass.
Yeah. Well, because of a joint, like. I wish he would have done the bass drum after he said that. That would have been nice.
I feel like another movie would, like, you'd hear the audience laugh, like, oh,
yeah,
that line,
like,
and they're just like, no. as we said, like, he takes random amount of pride in, like, oh, I really made this and created this, like, you know. Ever given or barren. As we said, they're like, there's more of the club scene stuff in the other version. I think this does the job of, like, you get it. And it's just like, bam, we're not even going to show you.
So, yeah, what's weird is the original version, they cut this scene and that other part together of him giving him the money.
Yeah.
So that's like more money he had to give him, I guess. This shot. Was that one I was talking about?
You're a lowlife, no offense.
It's like Peter Fonda, like overweight or something.
You're a lowlife, no offense, though.
You have no style.
I mean, you gotta give it. Cosmo's got the style. Like,
yeah. That's an
Has
interesting
there ever been a normal
though.
person named Cosmo?
No.
By the way, think of Cosmo Kramer, obviously.
And then Cosmo the Fairy. In,
All right,
Fairly Odd
and
Parents.
then this.
Okay.
That guy, by the way.
He's like, I'm glad you think that because... but yeah, it's funny that they split that scene up into two payments.
Yeah.
Almost an installment plan, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, because it makes him look even worse. Like... One thing I did like about this scene in the movie is there was a longer amount of time before this where it made this scene look even more lame and pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, but the singing in the shower song.
I like singing in the shower. I think that's some of the most truthful moments of one's life, you know.
This. And he's like doing all this. But yeah,
Maybe he's
like
getting
I said,
ideas for his act.
The other version, I thought it was interesting that there had been more scenes before this, so it made it feel even more pathetic that he was walking in here doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but it's interesting, this version, it's still you get the same idea, because like, oh, he looks kind of cool, and then he's having to make these installment plans on his debt and going in here dancing like a total idiot. Like,
just he's just blowing off some steam. This is clearly a man who's headed places, you know.
Yeah. I mean, he's already been there. What would he go back for? You know?
Mm-hmm.
This ain't a round trip. Like, one-way ticket is, we know about Rip's train station.
Yeah.
There's a couple of people that take that train today.
Long black train.
On this movie.
Why do you want to take me to the train station? Where am I going to go?
Where am I going to go? I don't have any money. I don't have any money to get there. We got no food. We got no jobs. Our pets' heads are falling off.
I'm trying to think of now Cassavetes' version of Dumb and Dumber. Who would be Seymour Cassell, I feel like, would be one of them.
I feel like it would be Cassell and Cassavetes.
Who's Lloyd?
So Lloyd is
Harry?
Cassavetes.
Yeah.
And Cassell's Harry, probably. Like, Cassavetes, I feel like, could really play dumb. If
I feel like Gazzara would be the Johnny or Charlie Rocket.
Yeah, definitely.
Charlie Rocket.
I wouldn't want to be the next Charlie Rocket, would you? Both of them men died.
Yeah.
So, interesting. And then I guess, who would Peter Falk be?
He'd be that bartender that, Lloyd is like waiting on Mary to show up.
Oh, she's having dinner.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. She's having dinner. This is a scene that wasn't in that.
That's right, I'm great.
No follow up. It's like, that's right.
She's like, okay.
So I guess
you
so,
believe
loser.
that then. Yeah.
See, he's clearly Mr. Sophistication, actually.
Like, are you serious?
He's got to hype himself up.
Like, no other movie would include a moment like that where he literally says that. Like, I'm amazing.
Where's your class?
Style, not class. I'm gonna have style, but not class. So the woman on the left there is Jenna Rollins' mother. The woman on the right is
Cassavetes. They
mother.
look like
they literally look like both of them. Yeah. They're in a bunch of his other stuff too. So. I think it's interesting. He didn't include Jenna in this anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where she would.
Yeah, there's just not as we were saying earlier. There's not a big kind of strong female part for this. So
she's too much of a presence.
Yeah. It's always kind of interesting, like nepotism or like, oh, I'm going to put my wife or husband in this thing. Usually that comes off as kind of eye roll worthy, but it's different when you're married to maybe the greatest actress in the world. You know what I mean? So they're like, oh, okay, yeah, why wouldn't you put her in anything? Like,
I love, by the way, he couldn't even put the corsage on.
Yeah.
He had to do it for him. He's like, oh, yeah, I know all about this. Like, what, putting a dadgum pin through a shirt? Like,
so I was thinking about this more like the most recent time we saw this last week. Like, so he's going and like picking up all of his dames basically, and like
his deliveries,
and like dressing them up, and then taking them to him for him to gamble and then lose money. Just like, what a loser.
Yeah.
Like, oh, like their presence.
There's a lot of men that do that.
Wow. Wow all these people that see me.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, I know. It's just so pathetic. Like,
I know. And what's even more disgusting is you can tell this is part of their job that's just unspoken.
Yeah,
like, oh, you have to go do this.
Yeah.
I love you.
He just is a guy who you can tell really enjoys, quote, party favors, close quote.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I'm speechless.
I'm having a good time. Him is the cowardly lion. Sucks, folks. I'm speechless.
John Cassavetes, Wizard of Oz. Like,
yeah, he would be the Scarecrow, right? I mean, Falk would be the Tin Man.
Yeah.
Or Cassell. Cassell would be the Tin Man,
yeah.
I think. Falk would have to be the... this scene wasn't in the version. Cassavetes, I guess, would have to be... I mean, Falk would have to be the wizard.
Yeah.
He's like, the whole time.
Pay no attention, lad man behind the curtain.
Jenna Rollins, of course, would be Toto. No, would be
Dorothy.
Dorothy, yeah. Imagine her like, take a walk.
Take a walk.
No, wizard. Who are you trying to pull? What are you trying to pull?
What you trying to pull?
Doing her hand signal. Get out of here. There's no way you got magic powers. Not. Yeah, because the lame idea is Falk as the cowardly lion.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, it's Gazzara. Actually are a lot of random things that are added into this version.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about this the other day that it's funny that this is all supposed to be overnight, and it's like this whole sequence begins at like 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then like it's over and it's like still daylight, so it'd have to be like in the morning at some point, I guess. Like,
yeah.
Love how definitely open that Cassavetes is having them be like, this totally sucks. I hate it. Like, cost you 50.
Aren't you having so much fun watching this guy play poker and lose? Like
the Commodore, he died today.
Chips Ahoy, didn't you say? Or Ships Ahoy?
Ships Ahoy.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like poker chips ahoy in my head, not even the
Ships Ahoy
candle or the candle cookie brand.
The candle brand.
I don't know cookie. I meant.
What the hell are you talking about? The candle.
What the hell are you?
I can't handle this.
What if it's like in the back of a seafood restaurant? Like
probably is. Like. Yeah, no, I mean you're doing that.
No, yeah, you're fully committed to that your whole life. So.
That's the Seymour Cassell character he's talking about. It's interesting. Yeah, he hadn't been introduced yet in the movie, but
the waiting room.
Something that's different about this scene too is there's inherently a more like business-like, very cut and dry version of all this. It's just very much like, no, we want the money, give it to us now.
Yeah,
you're gonna wait until you give it. Like,
yeah,
it's like when you forget money to get a haircut.
Yeah,
and this whole scene was added too between these characters here. It is so interesting how many things he adds in the movie, but then
mostly subtraction.
Yeah, and it's like no, but it's like 30 minutes shorter almost.
Yeah,
it's like
it's weird.
What? Like,
there's the boy.
Yeah,
the golden boy.
Tim.
A weird looking guy. All right, I'm just gonna say it. Timothy Carey as the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yes, no, that's what it is. Yeah, and him acting like a woman. Yeah. I feel like a woman. Fred Draper as who's not in this movie, notably, but Fred Draper is the Good Witch. You better sit down and not move. I swear to God, I'll put a bullet in your head. Right? What? I don't. Whatever. Actually, all sins equal and no.
Something we talked about with the last movie, Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, is the underworld being depicted in some of these movies as a more corporate beast than that had been in the past.
This version it emphasizes that more.
Yeah.
That's what you realize with his movies is how much stuff just gets filmed, obviously that doesn't get used, and then with this movie he realized he needed to be more cut and dried with it, I think. Oh crap! Let me look.
Appointment time.
Yeah, let me look presentable.
He did his COVID screening beforehand.
Excuse me. I need to go see the principal. Yeah. So what?
Entourage of biscuits. And he just doesn't say like, "Oh, they're coming in." Was he getting a credit check? Like,
Excuse me, Mark. Who gave us similar credit?
Mr. Vitale, do you plan to pay your debt by check?
Is that Ernest Borgnine?
Yeah.
I don't usually carry that kind of money in my bank. All the money I make, I put back into the business. And it's paying off handsomely.
Not really, but
Look, I intend to pay. I'm not one of those guys that consider a gambling debt just a piece of paper.
I'm sorry for the formality, but I'm going to have to ask you to sign a couple of forms. $23,000 is a lot of money.
okay.
okay.
We have that drink here. I'd be willing to pay for it. Around.
No, ladies, excuse me. Sorry. Please be seated. Just make yourself comfortable. Let me have a form 223 and a form 17.
Yeah, I'm convinced this is in the back of a seafood restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll come on to you in just a minute. Thank you.
Now, who knows what he's even signing?
He doesn't even ask.
Yeah. What an idiot. Right. No, wait a minute. Hang on. Hold the phone.
Hold the phone.
I gotta know what I'm saying.
Hold the iPhone 4. Like,
they're not making iPods anymore.
it's so like, oh, okay.
Yeah, is that well?
I think it's interesting how like less aggressive it is than the last scene we saw of those other two, that couple.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like, oh yeah, just sign these papers.
Well, it's probably because they've already realized they're just gonna have to kill him and take. They're like, oh, he's got a club though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
we'll deal with that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I know him being sort of a businessman rather than just like a doctor.
Yeah.
Is they can deal with him differently. My whole life's one big night. The only guy that has any clue how to be a gentleman in this movie is that guy. I thought they said it's all papist for a second. I'm like, what? Like,
oh, the papal conspiracy.
that truck back there, just an unassuming truck. Like, we got cars, we got houses, we got,
the whole spread.
What do we got? What do we really got?
What do we got? We got the whole spread.
We got a spread. Is it a walnut spread? What do we got going on? I gotta know what the hors d'oeuvres are.
I gotta know
what the hors d'oeuvres are. I can't get people in the door. No, Vince, listen to me. You gotta get the salsa. No, you don't mix that in the cheese dip. They're two separate things.
Two separate items.
You got a 170 item buffet. They got to be two separate items. You can't. That's 169 if you put those together. What else did you put together? I can't believe this.
This is a travesty.
I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my lunch.
So he's in a bad way right now.
Yeah, singing in the shower. Right.
He's gonna get in a bad way. He's gonna get in a badder way, I guess.
Yeah.
Worst way.
I've got betta fish to fry.
It's like, he's thinking, well, there goes the clam bake I had this weekend planned. The whole spread. It's like
The works. Like
Bill's rustling.
Yeah. He's like, you got to give me some money so I can go eat. Like the Source restaurant. Like
the source of it all.
and have a sit down.
Oh, this is woman that approaches him and asks to basically be in his show and act or whatever. It's interesting that we see all these defeats on his part, but then he's still got the suit. He still has a certain reputation that...
reputation is Mr. Sophistication.
That still fools somebody, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me close this door. His scowl he's got while he's walking.
Yeah.
Sway in the morning.
The Rolling Stone song. Get over there.
Love a good pop ballad.
We were watching this other day, down at the beach. We were watching it,
Yeah.
and our mom was like, "Ooh, this sounds awful. This song." Alone I sit, broken-hearted, came to and only farted. A real 10 out of 10 would hear again.
The song isn't good, but it adds a certain weight to his patheticness while he's waiting for this her to
phone
come out.
ringing.
Yeah,
he's just like, I ain't gonna answer it. Like,
they want me bad enough, they'll call back. They'll come
fire.
here. Just had a live Neil Young performance. That's what this movie needed. He smiles like this is what it's all about.
Yeah.
This is why people get into this business.
I guess. Like, well, she does it anyway.
Yeah. Like, does she have what it takes to be a pro at this?
In his shows, yeah.
His love shows.
Night we share.
When Bay walks in,
He always has Cassavetes. He always has some of the weirdest music choices.
yeah.
Bo Harwood usually always does his scores, but then the music the source music that gets chosen is just like weird.
Dang.
How's she still falling back there? Did you hear how long that went on?
Like, fell down steps, sound like, but
yeah.
So literally, it's dawned on me more this time than last. It's like every scene in this movie is how farther low can he go?
Yeah.
Literally, it's like not one like real triumphant moment, just like embarrassment after embarrassment.
And the song's
Off
still
in the
going
desert.
off in the desert. Magic. Yeah, better off. Get out of there.
Better for everybody.
Yeah.
Just to leave this situation.
Yeah.
leave the RMS Titanic while you can.
Leave this place.
But this could be a tender moment for them.
Fades.
Up in your man.
Oh, another song.
These club scenes the lighting in them are really good.
Yeah.
You just normally don't see a whole lot of expressive lighting necessarily in these movies. I mean, you tell a lot of.
He's like, this is bull. It's like, yeah,
with
what, your whole life? Like, yeah.
Source light, basically.
That little, like, look he does after that and turns away. What?
Oh, so now he's Mr. Fascination.
Oh.
So there's like personas he has, I guess.
Yeah.
I prefer Mr. Sophistication myself. But. Yeah, I don't know how many multilingual people come in here. You had said this, I think, last time we watched this might be his best fit of the movie. Got the black leather jacket.
Like he's ready to go.
Yeah. I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
For him to take it off. Like, join the party. Like,
sounds like Jenna Rollins.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, what is happening?
That's a good question. They keep begging for him to take it off.
I know,
like you animals. Bow wow. Ooh rah rah. I'm sorry. What is the appeal of any of this? Why would anybody come to this? This is so dumb.
Turn us on, babes. What?
I guess it's the teasing for a lot of them. It's
no,
like,
not
ooh,
again.
Titillating.
Oh, not again.
It's like it's a step above a strip club. It's art, you know. He's like thinking about,
this isn't working.
Need to workshop this. The whole sick crew here.
Yeah, because they're already like, yep, we're going to take this.
Do this.
Vince. Our friendo. He's like, oh, crap.
Say, oh, crap. It's all falling apart. His house of cards is, its day's numbered.
Like that day's today. Today is Friday.
Friday. His girl Friday. If I saw somebody that looked and acted like Timothy Carey come my way, I'd run the other direction as quickly as possible. Nothing good's going to come from interacting with a person like that. I'm sorry. Like,
Mort.
Seymour Cassell's got that, like, Lego minifig haircut. Like.
Yeah. Mort haircut. Like.
Yeah. It's like we'd said in the original cut, there was more him in the beginning, kind of established him before he was connected explicitly more so with these goons, you know.
Yeah. This scene is cut down a lot in the original version. This is one of my favorite scenes in the movie.
Yeah.
So.
This is one of our favorite lines ever coming up. The titular plan.
Yeah.
So this line I know about the Oriental, like we laugh at more not because we're making fun of obviously Asian peoples, but just because of like they're all the same.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Like,
yeah.
Obviously, that's a term that was more widely used a lot back then. That's not a term, frankly, used by people anymore. Yeah. It's not politically correct for one thing, but it's also just inaccurate.
Also, he's like, we're not talking about killing Japanese. It's like, that was in Korea he was in. I don't know.
That's its own commentary on the Korean War. That's like, a lot of them probably maybe were World War II veterans, but like, you were in the war. Oh, well, Korea, you know. And, oh, well, whatever. You know about killing people, I guess. Pay my debts.
Timothy Carey.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Everybody in this scene is just a legend.
Mm-hmm.
Like
legends only.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Myrtle Beach and the Legend show, you just see this on stage.
That's it. And you pay $100 a ticket, and you're like, yeah,
for 10 minutes of action,
right?
And go home, and you're like, yeah, worth it.
You have to count me out. I don't even buy liquor from San Francisco. I deal with merchants, butchers, bakers, milkmen.
Milkmen.
What are we doing? He owes us money, lost money on a casino. Let him pay.
I'll kill you.
I'd like to reduce the debt. Not get rid of it.
So what you want to do is reduce the debt.
That's what I just said, yeah.
By how much? $10,000. Okay. You want to reduce the debt $10,000. This is it. He loves beautiful girls. You got beautiful girls. Take the girls down to Chinatown.
Make that
when
a
you're
GIF.
so hot,
yeah.
like,
Make that a GIF.
Timothy Carey, sexiest man in Hollywood, obviously.
So yeah, we talked about this the other day, that the main reason I think he was saying he wanted to just reduce it was because he didn't want to just say, oh, it's all gone, and then they come back asking for something else. Like, he wanted a definitive amount.
Yeah. But they're still going to want more, you know what
right,
I mean?
But
yeah.
I guess he feels it's going to be more honorable looking for them to do that.
Yeah. Or more honest in a certain way.
Yeah.
In his own dishonest life. You know? Like, you tell me.
Yeah, right.
It's like, tell me, you know.
He was kind of laughing and walked away. This is in like November, by the way.
Yeah, you'd hear a lot about in the old days of one of the big appeals to people going to movie theaters is that they were air conditioned.
Yeah. It's still part of it to me now.
Yeah.
It's hot in the summer. You just like, if you can go down there. Oh, you're supposed to go down there and find him, and he just hangs out and like, oh, let's go to a
Didn't
movie.
other cuts show him in there, or I feel like
it didn't have the restaurant scene.
Yeah. This is how live theater comes together, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Teddy singing, that really keeps the show going.
His reaction. The ball is just beginning. Country.
He's just like, they're playing checkers and he's playing chess. They're
Yeah.
like, they don't really get his game. Like, I don't think I do either, but
The games are over.
Yeah.
Over here.
Everybody's talking.
He doesn't even say anything. He's like,
all right,
hey, over here, let's get this over with.
Yeah.
There he is, our friend. Look at him. I guess the rest of the movie all happens in one night now, I think, don't it?
Close to it, yeah. He won't even know if the reviews
It's
are
clear
in for
something's
his show.
going
He
on.
won't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably, part of him's wondering, like, is this number going to work? Like, back when,
Yeah.
oh, well.
Cut right to it.
Yeah.
Huh.
They're one of these modern couples, you can tell.
Yeah. He's like, am I Borgnine? Like,
Incognito.
yeah.
Yeah, but there's no chance of a jam with that 38 Bob.
We're gonna let you make the decision because that's the way we're making it. My opinion, if I were you, if I was in their shoes, I'd take both of them. Go ahead. All right, guys.
Those cuts, like.
Yeah.
We borrowed a car parked behind us.
We borrowed a car from the borrowing place.
Mm-hmm. Carrie's face.
Yeah. Automatic.
The way his mouth moved and that.
You see this? You know where the Laurel Ventura Freeway is?
Ventura Highway.
2 blocks on the other side of the valley, past Ventura Boulevard. Stay to your right, under the bridge, you get on. Stay on that till you get to Rossmore. Get off the Rossmore exit.
This is back in the days pre-GPS. You actually had to know.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't wish I lived in those days.
7 blocks. Here's the... It's all marked.
Here's the key. Now we got it from Backstairs only, Councilman.
You gotta stop off at the joint and buy some beef. Got 3 dogs.
They could buy 12 hamburgers. No good mustard. And no pickle in it. Or ketchup. And don't put any onions on it. The old man, he sleeps alone. There's an A-frame house in front of the big place. Got a lot of guards living there.
The guards live in the A-frame.
Right.
The guard live in the A-frame.
There's always somebody wandering. Sometimes 2 outside. They're quick.
And their wives. And their tripwires.
Oh, cool.
In the front of the truck. Front of the truck. Take a taxi cab back. Wipe the gun clean and throw it away. It can't be traced.
Give him the markers. Let him examine the markers.
Mr. Vitale, you want to check these? That's the original copy.
That was our receipt. You owed us $23,000.
You can tear it up if you want. Go ahead.
It's where he really makes the decision. All right, this is for real. They even go as far as saying, "Yeah, the 23,000, yeah, wiped out." I mean, they deep down think he's gonna die or they're gonna kill him anyways. But give him that peace of mind at least. They're looking out for him in their own way.
This is an interesting little scheme they've cooked up where it's like, well, if he kills him, that would be great.
Yeah.
If he dies, we don't, whatever.
Yeah.
And we still get it, and then we can get it. And then it's like, well, though, if he succeeds, then we'll have to kill him, though.
Yeah.
But can we do that?
Deep down, he's still wondering if the show's going good.
Yeah. And how immediately all this F's up with the car here.
Yeah. And it's like we were saying in the intro that this, a lot of Cassavetes movies don't operate in the kind of traditional levels of suspense with the plot.
Yeah.
But this is one of the few that's actually like plays in that realm a little bit. You know? I mean, there's a tension in his movies, but especially related to character and much more internal things. But this is much more physical, thing.
There he goes.
I'm gonna get away.
I do love the thing he does is, all right, let me go check in.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's really all about.
This swing to the...
Days of the phone booth.
Yellow cab, I'm at the corner of Genesee and Pitts.
Wow.
Well, it's the economy self-serve. My name is Ted Byron.
Okay. Where'd you
Ted
come up
Byron.
with that?
Well, I'll
He got his wheels coming for him.
Yeah.
His whip.
Sonny, how's it going? Who's on stage? Margot and Sherry. Yeah, why are only 2 girls on stage? Where's Teddy?
Where's Mr. Sophistication himself?
It just came up.
What's he doing?
Well, what's he singing? What song is he singing, Sonny? But how can that be? Sonny,
No, whoa.
how can that be the song with only 2 girls on stage? But, Sonny! Who's this? Vince. Vince, I can't understand, Sonny. Who's on stage? The short girl? Margot Donner, right? And the tall girl?
Margot Donner.
Sherry. Yeah. And what number is it? Is it the Paris number? The Paris number, for Christ's sake. You've been at the place 7 years. You don't know what the Paris number is? Well, are there signs on the wall?
P-A-R.
The Paris number. Are there letters on the wall that say P-A-R? There's another card that says moon. Well, what's he singing? Is it I can't give you anything but love, baby?
Can't give you anything but love, baby.
Love that through all this, he's still like, I got to make sure the show's running right.
That guy's in a bunch of Cassavetes movies. He's also in Love Streams. He's the guy that the cab driver in that too. I guess that helps bring all the animals to the house.
He's the go-to cab driver, yeah.
Yeah. I think he was also in Woman Under the Influence, maybe, but.
I'll tell you when we get there.
Hey, look, mister, I don't like to take anybody in a cab that doesn't know where he's going.
I know where I'm going. I just don't know the address.
All right, you call it out when we get down here, all right?
Yeah, okay.
This whole scene.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well done, right?
That's right.
I can have them individually wrapped for you.
No, that's wrong.
You didn't want them individually wrapped?
No, I don't want them wrapped. I want them all together. My wife hates waste. Paper comes from trees. You can't even throw the garbage out. Just do what I tell you, will you? I want them all together.
But you can't put 12 hamburgers in a brown paper bag. I mean, you're going to ruin it.
That's the way I want it.
Just totally suspicious. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I ain't gonna.
Believe me, I don't know, and I don't care.
I don't care.
And I'm really sorry. I thought maybe you're lonely. I thought maybe you had a problem. I didn't really mean anything.
It's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right. Just,
You didn't mean anything.
Scorsese looking guy.
Yeah.
Hamburger. One burger.
I love that it even had to have that scene though. It's like, no, I don't want them wrapped, and like, you know, they got to be just so. Like,
he could easily
had
just
to
like
invent his whole story about his fake
yeah, it's
wife.
like he could easily just walk around the corner, open all of them up, and throw them back in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm on a time crunch.
I'm on a time crunch. I don't have time to mess with these rappers. Don't even bother asking why I need 12. Don't even ask. Don't even think to ask that. So it just walks right through the front. It's like, well, you know.
And we went over this earlier, but they have all these details, these mob guys, about knowing who's where and giving all these, you know, hints and stuff he needs to do, with the intention being he's likely going to get. They think he's likely going to get killed anyways. But then, if he kills the person, bonus points for all involved.
Bonus points.
You know? But they don't really have any real inclination that he'd even be possible, like, you know, could possibly even do this. Like, you know,
They underestimate him.
Yeah.
His service time.
Like the black phone, you got to give that dog his meat. He'd be distracted, This is a very suspenseful scene.
Mm-hmm.
No music. No chatter.
What's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like gonna fight or something? Random, there's like a Korean family there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
I think one review or something had said that this guy might not even really be Chinese, and he might be a Korean gangster, and there's, he's Chinese, whatever. So it's like the title itself might even be a lie,
Mm-hmm. They said he's a triad boss, though, so that'd be Chinese.
Yeah. It says, man speaking Chinese here.
He's just hanging out.
At least he dies doing what he loved.
Yeah.
It's important.
Literally just barely got out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Water sloshes. It's a good sound effect,
E.T. Oh, no. Okay. Entertainment Tonight.
Extraterrestrial. He's going for a night swim. What did he do?
Yeah, as I was thinking, it's like getting late. Like, what are you doing?
I gotta do what I gotta do.
This moment's kind of funny where he like shakes his head like, that's not supposed to be there.
I don't buy that.
What is any of that supposed to mean?
Water slosh for the last
Look at that
time.
phone.
I didn't notice that before.
Yeah.
Wow.
What if it was the black phone, but like that was on the wall the whole time?
And you pick it up, and every person you hear is a Chinese bookie you killed.
Yeah. You're like, I don't understand. Like,
I don't even understand.
Timothy Carey's the serial killer in that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting variation on the Black Phone would have been like if a serial killer's getting calls from the ghosts of the people he killed.
Yeah.
And getting haunted by them, and like you're like, wait a minute, who do I root for here? It's like because he's the main character and he's clearly a bad serial killer, but then these ghosts seem evil too. I don't know. That's one hypothetical problem I've always had with Dexter. I've never watched.
Mm-hmm.
Is that he's a good serial killer?
That's what our mom always says. Yeah.
No, he kills bad people though. You know.
So what we don't know at the moment is that he got hit running on the way out. Together, am I gonna get out?
Some of those shots kind of look like Adam Sandler running in Punch Drunk Love against the background, like the big.
Don't do this to me.
Please don't do this to me.
You smashed my car and hurt my girl. Listen to me. What's your name, sir? I'm Barry Egan. Yes, I did. Let me look around.
Jump around
and take a look. Gonna go do some reconnaissance. We laugh about this moment all the time. Coming up. I feel like a movie.
Let's go.
Yeah. Was all right here? I mean, no, but yeah. Random like Bo Harwood score all of a sudden, like okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's that a poster for?
Can't tell.
Singing in a shower.
He's had a tough day.
He's in a bad effing way.
He's also shot. But...
This look on his face here. Oh, they cut it out.
A catastrophic cut.
Like the movie can't recover. There's a second facial expression in the theatrical version that was on my phone. I took a picture of it. I'll probably put that on Instagram. So. Mm-hmm. Mom.
I have to get to the club.
No, you're sick.
This actor, I can't remember his name. He's in a lot of other Cassavetes stuff. He's in Faces, and he's also in Minnie and Moskowitz, Too Late Blues, I think. So, shame he didn't get more scenes in this movie. Cause...
Hey, Marty, how are you? Good to Jesus Christ. Good to see you. Yeah, a little celebration. Some friends from New York.
Claire Benoit. Man, his fit, I would love to wear that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Somehow.
I love he's looking at him too, like, I know that you did this. Like,
Yeah. Always love that. I'm in import export.
Yeah.
You know,
like, yeah, that is what they do, but
yeah. There's a lot of James Bond movies. Ain't that what he says
Yeah.
he's in?
I'm an importer exporter.
Quote goods or quote items.
Yeah.
Quote party favors.
Yeah.
Sure.
How upset he was about that Chinese massacre. Excuse me, please. I have to freshen up. Sure.
Yeah, you got a fresh.
He's clearly in a state.
It's funny to me that guy has nothing to do with their stuff.
And by the way, Timothy Carey's,
yeah.
eating look.
Flo is his name.
Have yourself a whistle view. Take off with him. Get her ready. I'll be with you in a little while.
Intimating cocaine.
I'm always looking at mine. Greatest guy in the world, Marty. You know, there he is, right over there. The two-finger salute. It's all right, Marty. You know, they just told me stop by the table. Yeah, what did he tell you? He said the Chinaman is dead. I thought you'd be happy. Now I'll give you something to cry about. You gotta go get the telly and kill him.
They're gonna put it off on you, like, even though he from the beginning was like, "No, we shouldn't do that."
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I mean, he's freshened up now, I think. 666.
Keep it warm. I won't be long. Kind of vibe.
And then it's like he never comes back,
Yeah.
like, because he's dead, kind of vibe. You know, that's kind of the vibe they're going for, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a
It's the
vibe.
prevailing aesthetic.
Like, it's just a vibe, Kyle.
Do you enjoy prevailing aesthetics?
Yeah.
Cool.
He's like, I've been shot, but, you know, I'm cool. I'm not gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
I'm
a
die.
man.
I'm a man. I'm
This
not
is
gonna...
back when men were men and they walked around with gunshot wounds that were untreated. You know?
Good evening. Well, I see that the booze is plentiful tonight, which is good because it's good for the house, and what is good for the house is ultimately good for yours truly.
Cool.
Now I shall mesmerize you, all of you, hypnotize you, and make you use your imagination.
I love it's like the one night he can't be there is when it's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Like,
To another day, to another dream, another dollar. Imagination.
I wonder if this was what was going on at our Luau show.
Yeah.
There was like random murder plots going on. That was the real murder mystery theater.
Yeah.
Like,
Look how enraptured the crowd is by him. Like,
yeah. For the moment.
Makes the bees think of honey, just as I think of you.
wolf whistle.
Imagination is crazy. Your whole perspective gets hazy. Starts you asking a daisy what to do, what to do. Have you ever felt
Meanwhile, like,
Wow.
and he's like,
The freaks
it's working.
Freaks are out tonight.
Freaks are out here at the Crazy Horse West tonight.
it's only your imagination again?
Was this the inspiration for
And
Trash
he's
Humpers?
like, wow. Yeah. Could
Like,
be.
huh?
Excuse me.
I mean, you know, when it hits, you know. You just gotta...
I reckon. What a weird image that was.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly speaking Italian to him because he's like Italian, I guess.
Yeah.
What, counting? Yeah. Didn't really look like it blew it out.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, yeah.
At 11 o'clock.
Like,
Maybe you should come along. New experience. I ain't feeling too hot. You've been shot. I mean, what were you saying?
Lost in the imagination.
Lost in the Imaginarium.
Well, why don't you just go
Yeah, well,
on?
then why don't you... Yes,
why don't you go on and get...
Yeah, I think that's what we said last time we watched. It was like, then leave. Like, then get out. Like... Then don't. Like, disgusting. Block star.
That's Big Brother. Big Brother's getting ready to start back.
Yeah, you'll be hearing all about that next time.
July 6th. We don't watch much reality TV, but we do watch Big Brother, and we started to watch Survivor again. If I watch a reality show, it's got to be some competition-based thing. It can't just be
people doing stuff.
Yeah. That way you got people you root for.
Yeah.
People you hate. You know. Oh, is this where your friends hang out? Like?
Yeah, like... That's where they live.
By the scum, by the trash.
This is where we have our experience. Why don't you, come along?
You should, come along.
His big fart moment. God, that would be so loud, you can tell.
Yeah. That hairy chest.
Yeah.
Well, you ordered me to do it. Didn't you?
Wow.
Okay.
I don't think this stuff was in the theatrical. Just think about that for a little while. He's like, all right, I'm not playing along anymore. Yeah, this is a random thing I think that's interesting in this movie is that he acts all big and bad, but then when it comes down to it, he's actually like, I kind of like this guy. I don't want to kill him. And then he's like, all right, I'll leave. And then Mort, who was more the nice guy from the beginning, turns out to be more of the bad guy.
Oh, yeah.
Mort.
It's the ironies of life.
The ironies of life. There's things you got to deal with, and you will deal with them.
And you will deal with them. No question.
I will make sure that you do. No question about it. Don't start getting...
This time will be the last.
Yeah, don't start getting funny ideas in your head. You can confuse everybody, especially yourself.
That's my friend in there. Hey, Kev.
He's like, what? Your friend.
Your problem. Like, no, I think... Yeah. And I love this part where I think it's one of my favorite moments in the movie where he's looking for him and then he just appears out of nowhere and is so imposing. And then I love the way Cosmodio. What? And then like I love the way Cassavetes shoots this of Cassell's face, like he's like having to look up at him and the light and everything. But that's great. Cosmodio. Imodium? Like what? Literally just like appeared like. Yeah, he kind of realized he'd been shot.
I feel like it could, but yeah.
Love he's smoking right now.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I believe you could kill me right now. I mean, if that's what you want to do, then go ahead. But you've got enough heat on you already, and we can help it.
What's funny about that is that is a kill somehow. I've always wondered about. I guess he like, I don't know what he did.
Yeah,
shot him or something.
That's the implication.
I guess.
Yeah.
What's so weird is I guess he kept the gun on him the rest of the movie that he had, but Akimbo. No, goodbye to Cassell.
Goodbye.
R.I.P.
So bad. Goodbye. This guy looks like George Harrison's ugly brother or something.
Yeah, or like Christopher Reeve's cousin or something.
Yeah.
George Harrison's ugly brother. That whole quote he said to them Hell's Angels that time.
Yeah, so there's this story that was in the...
They cut down some of this sequence too, because this scene went on way too long in the other version.
George Harrison documentary where they were hanging out in some place, I think out in San Francisco, at some party or house or something, and some Hell's Angels basically just like kind of came in and impromptu like took over the place. And like they were trying to get him to leave, and they didn't know how. And they're like, "George, you gotta go up and say something to him." And he just like apparently walked up. He's like,
"Yeah,
You know, you're here, you're there, you come and you go, and you're in and you're out. You know what I mean? And they're like, yeah, we can dig that.
Yeah,
and then like the next like 10, 15 minutes,
Yeah.
they just kind of slowly left, like nothing bad happened.
Yeah.
Just like
just because George Harrison.
he's Zen. Yeah.
I love they're like, you got to say something. He's like, okay. But like I was saying, this whole scene is cut down some because it was longer in the other version.
Yeah. Door slams loudly. This ain't one of those quiet door closes. This is loud. Look like a cut or something there, but I think it's
I think in the original version he shot the gun or something. They cut it out.
Yeah,
which is so random, but.
Yeah, that's what's interesting is some of these cuts that he's done make sense in terms of streamlining things, but some of them are very like spontaneous and and you're like, well, how exactly did you get rid of that? And things you wouldn't necessarily even notice if you didn't know the other version existed, but I don't know. I guess he's just following his instincts.
I feel like he already kind of, because a lot of people would accuse this version of being a little too mainstream, maybe
brisk.
But I think it actually is a little more ahead of its time, certain things, that he's willing to be like, no, I'm not going to have him fire the gun. I'm going to cut that out. Like, you know.
Avant-garde's too strong a word, but more...
unassuming.
Yeah.
Calm and... Oh, he's just standing over there waiting, like...
You think you got what it takes to come on in?
In this part where he just leaves, he's like...
Did Opening Night come out between these versions? Because that's 77, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just leaves.
That's a movie that I've only seen once. I'd like to see again.
I really love that a lot. I forgot to say earlier, this actress was randomly in the background of a scene in Mikey and Nikki. Like, very just randomly. Like, just because I've seen the scene so many times, because I laugh at it. I'm like, oh, I got to see that again. Like,
good evening.
Hello. I looked this up the other day. Let me look again when this movie would be set. This would have been December 1st, 1975.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that, don't you?
You understand, as a businessman, I have concerns.
You understand that I have a stake in this.
What if they're going to break up due to creative differences? Or if there's ever Hollywood divorces, it's like they broke up over, always they say irreconcilable differences, but like creative differences,
That shot.
Yeah. Like, I know what awaits. Do you?
Like, I'm glad you do, because... Yeah.
Well, now. Hey, like...
hell. I mean, okay.
I'm not feeling well. I mean, it's not. My stomach is upset. I need some. Didn't expect a double cross.
That's such a random line to bring up. Like,
love that he's having this whole conversation by himself almost.
yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah. I don't know if you believe it, but
He ran off with this big, fat butcher.
I have no clue.
Shit, the big fat butcher, I guess.
You know what I mean? Right?
Are we square?
Are we square or are we round?
You're wonderful.
He's basically like,
You are my favorite motherfucker.
It's a shame that Cassavetes didn't live to partake in Limp Bizkit, you know.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, that's what she did. And my father.
Don't give a damn about your father.
That's right. Yeah, well.
that's right.
Well, I care. Well, I don't. Well, I do.
What even is this
But
scene
I care.
anymore? Whatever.
Through it all, he's still got the the rose.
Yeah.
You know.
Cosmo, I think what happened was wrong. And you will go to the doctor. Because you think you're going to live with the bullet for me. And I don't want you in my house no more.
What?
Because I'm not strong enough for you.
No, I can't even fathom what that means. What?
I still love you. But you can't stay here.
Absolutely.
Because I don't know what's wrong, and I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know. And I don't want to know.
That was one of the most perplexing scenes I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Starts off like conversation by himself, and then talking about, oh, you're great, you're terrific, and then they get in an argument, and then she's like, and then he gets like, yeah, you know, I'm a bad seed, yeah, I'm gonna leave, you know.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what the mission of that scene
Yeah.
was, like, exactly, but...
But again, it's a scene like that that is very atypical for a typical crime movie to have.
Yeah.
That's what Cassavetes brings to this kind of genre. That's not a scene you're going to get in a Walter Hill movie or,
Yeah.
you know.
He's like, wait a minute, people are enjoying this.
The show must go on. The show will go on. Slow clap. Well, if they were waiting for him the whole time.
Yeah.
It's funny that like so much of the movie he's not even been to manage his club.
Yeah.
That's his oh god, what's the guy that was the second banana to Carson?
Oh, Ed McMahon.
Ed McMahon, yeah.
Ed McMahon, star of Legends of the Superheroes.
This is my favorite scene in the movie. This was the clip we had last week.
Hey, wait, shut up. I'm talking to Teddy.
Did you see that in the background?
Yeah.
If he was talking, they just decided to cut that out. It was one of those things where the shot, people weren't likely going to be looking there.
Yeah.
So.
Some unique kind of personality, I suppose. A bit far out, a bit freakish, maybe, but freakish, but unique in my own way. And when things go badly, who gets the booing? I do. But when things go well, they get the applause and all the.
Well, what do you think they're there for?
Yeah.
Have to see your balding fascination, you know. You probably got bigger tits than the rest of them.
People who are, happy are the people who are comfortable. That's right. That's right. Now you take Carol, right?
This is why I imagine like a meeting at Wendy's to be with the general manager and the employees. It's like, yeah, let's get psyched up. A ding-a-ling. Dingo. Say, all right, let's get psyched up.
Yeah. Pick up that trash.
Right.
What's your truth? What's my falsehood? What's my falsehood?
What? Doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of people like, yeah, there's something there. Just
people always say my truth is like, truth is not individual. Mm-hmm. Truth just exists and fiction exists. Like,
the problem is when somebody's truth is fiction.
Yeah.
A lot of people are living in fiction, so.
Doesn't matter who you are, what personality you choose. Come on, baby.
Come on, baby. Yeah, right. Rub down the show. Smile, cry.
all of a sudden got a musical director.
Yeah. He's realizing I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
It's dark, but there is something touching about that. He knows he's gonna die, and so he's gonna take this last little moment to enjoy doing what he does. Like, And one of the few things he has control over is this club. Like,
Yeah. Him watching him. Mr. Sophistication.
All right.
Okay. This next, I know it's all kind of one scene, but this next kind of part here is maybe my favorite whole little scene in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Weak applause.
Yeah.
They say everything is sex. Sex is everything. Here at the Crazy Horse West, we give you a lot more than that.
I'm dying.
And because of your patience, we're going to start off by buying every one of you a drink. Put a spotlight on something. Put a spotlight on something. Sonny Venice, ladies and gentlemen. Sonny Venice. Love to say that name.
The way he shook his head
Yeah.
there.
Beautiful name.
Like he's going to fixate on all this for
Yeah.
10 seconds.
The girls that help him here are beautiful girls. Love to take care of people. We have Rita here. Rita. Rita? You got a drink there? Let me have that. And we have Virginia. Where's Virginia? Where's the girl? Oh. Yeah, well, I think I should explain why we're a little late. One moment. Yeah, well, that's it. One of our girls left. No longer with us. Rachel, as a matter of fact.
That guy, like, I'm just
Smiling.
here for the good old time.
Yeah.
Like. Anyway.
She was a black girl. Black and beautiful. And I loved her. And I dreamed of her. Now, Mr. Sophistication.
And it's the lovely.
The Lovelies.
They're gonna take you to Asia. They're not gonna take you to Europe. They're not gonna take you to South America. We're gonna introduce a new number tonight. He's gonna take you on a whole new trip. And I know you're gonna enjoy it. It's a new number written by our musical director, talented guy, Tony Maggio. And with any luck, Mr. Sophistication and his Lovelies will be walking down those stairs right now. Let's give him a big hand. Mr. Sophistication.
Here he is. The moment we've been waiting for to see him, you know. But the crowd cheers for him though.
Yeah.
I don't get what's so special about him. So this is a community, you know.
This is a family
Yeah.
establishment.
In its own sick way, it is.
Padroni.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the very
Yeah, so the bullet came out, so now he's going to bleed out.
Yeah.
Crazy Horse West is pleased and proud to present to you tonight our musical director, Mr. Tony Dario.
It's funny that nobody's come to look for him yet. It's just kind of like, whatever. Like,
singing in the shower.
part of me would like to think that the triads came and killed all those other mob guys, and they don't even know about him at all, and they're just like, whatever.
It's likely, yeah. Because they knew that they were behind it somehow, but not necessarily who did it,
Money. What a sick, disgusting image, like about him all the time. Hot love.
I mean, don't you want hot love from him? You know he wants a hot lunch, I think. I don't know if he's thinking this is what my life is. This is what I've become.
It's me when a student's talking while I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like...
The gangsters.
It's one of the most memorable closing credits of any movie.
Yeah.
This is the music over it. Like...
It's real what times we've had with these,
Margot Donner.
This crew.
No, so we never know what happens to our old friend Cosmo.
Yeah, like you said, presumably he would have bled out and died. But so that's The Killing of a Chinese Bookie. Again, I think there are some Cassavetes movies I'd put above this.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's a credit to him that you can think of a handful of movies you maybe put above this, and then there's this, which is still like a pretty great little divergence for him, and certainly stands out from a lot of even these other movies we've been doing of this time period, of this era. And this was kind of in '76, the new Hollywood movement or era was starting to wane a little bit, but Cassavetes, obviously, his career went on into the '80s as well. And again, we think one of his strongest films is Love Streams. That's one of his later movies, but.
Yeah, I think what works about this movie, and we kind of talked about this earlier in relation to his others, is that a lot of his movies, better that they may be, other than maybe opening night, you feel like over the course of them, you don't really totally get to know the people, though, as well.
Yeah.
And the characters maybe don't feel fully formed exactly. I think this is a good example of that there was, and I love his method, Cassavetes, but he doesn't normally screenwrite really heavily. This, you can tell there was much more of an actual screenplay that is mostly in part due to the fact that it's a crime movie and it has to have all these plot machinations, but it also feels like the character itself is actually fully formed and developed.
Yeah.
And part of that may be because it was so much inspired by him, and it was kind of an impression of him that Gazzara was supposedly doing. So I think that's something that is a little better than his other movies, is that the character feels like fully formed and like a genuine, real, definite character. Whereas some of his other movies, not that they don't feel like real people, but it feels like you're kind of just watching kind of a slice of life, cinema verite version of whatever their life is. It's kind of just snatches of it, whereas this feels like somebody that... It feels more like a movie, I guess, which is weird to say, but...
Agreed.
But, yeah.
So that is The Killing of a Chinese Bookie.
The director's cut.
Director's cut by John Cassavetes, of course. But the show must go on, even if it didn't for Cosmo Vitelli. So, Jeff Probst, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
This is funny. They calculated that between the first and the second man, 4 minutes must have passed. I mean, you throw a gangster off a train going 80 miles an hour, and then you throw a second one. How much time passes between the two events if the train doesn't change speed in between? Right? 4 minutes. Yeah.
I guess you want some of the money. Keep the other half. I don't want it anyway.
9. Dem ist nicht so.
Warum waren Sie in dem Zug?
I wanted to prevent a second murder.
But you didn't mind the first.
But you had a choice. I didn't know how insane Minot's plans were going to become. Oh, by the way, you did the job on the train alone. I don't want Minot to know that I was there. You're alone.
Sie wollen wirklich nicht?
I wouldn't know possibly what I could learn from you. I would like to be your friend. But friendship isn't possible.
It makes me feel very comfortable. Why did you spread this rumor that I am with one foot in the grave?
You remember that day that we were introduced at the auction? And you said, ja.
Ich habe von Ihnen gehört.
I've heard of you. You said that in a very nasty way.
That was all?
Isn't that enough?
You know, I gotta say, Jeff Probst is our own sort of Mr. Sophistication.
He is. I mean, yeah. He screams sophistication in many ways. I mean, you're going out in the jungle and you're still that well dressed.
What if he? What if he?
Yelling and haranguing at people.
We're going to get to the movie in a moment. Just hang on. Just hang on. This is just a hangout time right now.
This is the educational aspect of the show.
But imagine if he went out there dressed like Mr. Sophistication. People would think he's like doing a Svengoolie or something, but they're like, no, this is Mr. Sophistication from The Killing of a Chinese Bookie. Come on.
No. Yeah. So the actual clip you just heard from was The American Friend, directed by Wim Wenders from 1977. Wim Wenders, and we've got some special surprises awaiting
here in a moment
with regards to him. Yeah. One of my very favorite film directors of the last several years that I've kind of discovered. You actually saw this movie a little bit before me, I know.
Yeah, this was my first Wenders movie.
It was mine as well.
Yeah.
And to really talk about what separates him from a lot of other directors is tough, because he obviously came out of the whole kind of West German new wave that was happening with directors like Fassbinder and
Fassbinder, and then later Wolfgang
Peterson.
Another one.
Wim Wenders, though, he kind of was the, I don't know. Herzog has kind of made a crossover to America, obviously, and like made movies that have been seen by people and even been in some movies. But Wenders, it seemed like from the very early going, you can look at his early, trilogy of road movies, like Alice in the Cities, that he very clearly like wanted to make this transition to America. He already was kind of, you can tell, an American centric, West German, and I really deeply love his movies a lot. And I think what is so great about him is that they do a really good job of verbally and with the audio-visual depicting isolation of the character's internal states. I think he does a great job of realizing that on screen. And his movies feel very literary in that way, but they're also only could be movies in terms of the way they use sound, the way they use images, and just his visual sense. And a lot of his movies are also owed to the cinematography of Robbie Mueller, who also kind of made a transition to America a little bit and kind of shot some
Jim Jarmusch
movies, who I also deeply love. But The American Friend was kind of, we've actually done a foreign language movie on here before, of course, with Funny Games, and this isn't exactly totally foreign language.
It's in German, it's in English.
There's English, but also some German. But it just does a really good job also of adapting the Tom Ripley character, and this is like one of the novels in that series, and what I know something you had remarked upon before I even seen it, and I remember you described this to me and being like, well, how does that play out exactly, and then seeing it and going, oh, it does, is that it feels like it's part of this film series that's been going for 3 or 4 movies, and this is a random entry into it, but it's actually just its own film that depicts, of course, Tom Ripley, played by one of our very favorite talents, of course, Dennis Hopper. But really, ostensibly, the main character is Bruno Ganz, who's totally this average, ordinary guy who gets caught up in these very kind of otherworldly criminal circumstances. And so this will be an opportunity for us to talk about Wim Wenders a lot, and who knows, maybe even chat with Wenders himself. I don't want to say anything else, but you'll be hearing some of that later. But Levi, what about The American Friend and Wim Wenders for you appeals?
Well, when I originally, when I got it, I actually bought it in a group of 3 movies. There was a Criterion sale going on at the time. I think I got that, Samuel Fuller's Shock Corridor, and Marlon Brando's One-Eyed Jacks.
Speaking of Samuel Fuller,
which are all, he's
going to be in the movie.
Yeah, that was an interesting whole Samuel Fuller introduction I had there. But yeah, so those movies all bought at the same time. Those are all really great movies. And when I watched it, I was kind of didn't know totally what I thought of it at first, because it kind of, like I said, kind of the nature of it, of being filmed, like it's kind of in the midst of all these other things going on. But I primarily got it because I was like, oh, this is like a Dennis Hopper thing. It's a crime movie. I'll probably like that, whatever. And what really stands out about it to me, though, in memory, is just even more than this movie and The Friends of Eddie Coyle, is just the totally cool atmosphere that it creates.
Gets attributed to Wenders' work.
Yeah, and that not only just being a cool movie, but just Mueller's visual palette really fitting that, I think. And it's just a really intoxicating movie to watch. Just the colors and the way it moves and the pace of it is all very a lot like this movie, kind of cut and dry, and very much this is what's going to happen. What really another thing that remains about it to me, though, is the performances of Ganz and Hopper. I think are really great. But yeah, I think it's a good first Wenders movie to watch, because it's not even my favorite of his movies. Well, it might be in certain ways, but I guess my favorite is probably Wings of Desire, and what I think is his best. But
also starred Ganz.
Yeah, but as far as it's interesting, this movie didn't have. Can't remember that guy's name. That was the lead in Alice in the Cities, and then he's in all those movies.
Yeah.
But that he's not in this randomly, and it's interesting he chose Ganz, because you could easily see him being in this role as well, I think. What's his name?
Rudger Vogler.
Oh yeah, Rudger Vogler. Yeah,
yeah.
Because he's in Alice in the City's Wrong Move, Kings of the Road, and then also I guess Until the End of the World, looking like Leonard Cohen in that movie randomly. It was a really random performance, but so yeah, I think that this movie just encompasses a lot of things I love about Wenders, and that as much as I love his more dramatic works, it's just kind of him being able to just hang out and do his style and do what he kind of is interested in doing.
I think this movie too caught the attention of Francis Ford Coppola, who would then try to bring Wenders to America to kind of make some more America-centric movies, and that relationship kind of soured. Again, I'm trying to really hold back what I'm wanting to say this, but maybe we'll get to ask Wenders himself actually about that relationship next week. Who knows? Next episode. But yeah, Wenders is someone I just so love the ethos of his movies, and this is my favorite. And this is not only my favorite from him. This is like one of my top 5 favorite movies. Period. Because I remember I immediately watched this, and that film when you're watching a movie for the first time that is going to be one of your favorite movies, and it's such an exciting thing because you're like, oh man, this movie's going to mean a lot to me, and you get a lot from it. And another thing is that we hit what we said a little bit ago as far as this feels like it takes place in a film series, that these characters have very real lived-in lives, and you're just getting these snapshots of them, and especially the scenes between Hopper, and we haven't mentioned him yet, but Nicholas Ray's character in the movie are literally some of my favorite things I've ever seen cinematically.
I mean, my name's Pogosh.
And they're only like in 2 or 3 scenes together, but they just feel so
It's also part of the fact that he
rich.
was in Rebel Without a Cause and had worked with Ray in the past, so there's kind of a shared history there, I think, that's implicit sort of in a lot of those scenes that is interesting. And yeah, like I said, there's not a whole lot of scenes of them together, but they're all great.
And I mean, and they feel like they're like they're speaking poetry to each other, and they're kind of talking past each other. It's very mysterious. I mean, literally, the background of my phone is of an image of those two together, so it means a lot to me. And also, even too, like the way Wenders shoots New York City in that, which is not a lot of the movie.
Literally, like there's probably
so collected. I can't imagine. I don't remember New York City looking as big and monumental as it does in some of those shots and scenes. It's just very interesting.
And it's scenes of like the highway too. It's not like there's a couple on the street, I guess, but
something Robert Moses himself maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But
about him still.
But it's like there's probably all collected like 3 to 4 minutes of total time of New York in the movie. But it's very memorable in that way because most of it's in obviously Germany. But we'll see.
And an even more exciting aspect of us doing The American Friend, a movie that I've been so excited to get around to. And this is one of those things you can't imagine comes true because you have all these expectations and dreams, and you think, will you ever meet your heroes? I can't even believe I'm announcing this on the air, but Wim Wenders himself is actually going to do the commentary with us, Levi. I mean, it's incredibly exciting.
He will be here next week.
He reached out to us via email. He said he loved the podcast. He was dying to come on, and we said, oh my God, we love you so much. We're getting ready to do The American Friend. He's actually with us now via satellite. Wim, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
So, oh man, it's crazy to have our first guest on the pod.
It is crazy for me myself. I'm a big fan.
You've made so many great classic movies. We're getting ready to do The American Friend. What about that movie in the production of it really stands out to you as something that stood the test of time?
Dennis Hopper was a total maniac, and that is probably my most treasured memory. I think that it being Patricia Highsmith wrote the novel. Yes. I believe. Yes.
Yeah, you would know better than me. You would have talked to her, but yes.
Just making sure because
it's been a while.
I forget.
You got to jog the memory a little bit.
Yes. It was the 70s, you know.
So we've lost Bruno Ganz since.
Yes.
What do you remember about him? You've worked with him several times.
A very big loss for me. He of course worked with me on this film, also on Wings of Desire. And I believe the sequel, I don't remember a lot about that other than the U2 song, Far Away, So Close. But yes, he was quite...
Yeah, we haven't even seen that yet. But, really go into the plot of that movie for us, because we're just dying to know what that was about and meant to you and everything of that sort. You know,
I will keep that up to your imagination until you watch the film.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Levi, do you have any questions for Vim?
One question that I have is, as far as this movie goes, you didn't really use a lot of like source music. Obviously, you had the score.
Yeah, it is a heavy score,
right? Yeah, but the choice to reference the Beatles song "Drive My Car" multiple times. What reasoning did that come for you?
Well, I've always been a rock and roll fan.
Did you ever have any aspirations to be a rock and roll superstar, megastar even?
I did want to be a musician, but I kind of left that to my pals to do more often, like Nick Cave and...
Did you do many palling around with Nick Cave currently?
Yes, I'd like to actually get to Levi's question, if you don't mind.
I apologize, Mr. Vince.
But I will say about Nick that he's a wild man. That is why I put him in Wings of Desire. Wings of Desire originally. His charisma is unlike anything I've ever seen. He's quite the bad seed. I'm actually the one who gave him the idea for that. He was in that band, The Birthday Party, which I thought was a garbage name. But anyway, about Drive My Car, that's from, what's that album called? That one Beatles album, I believe it's your favorite, Kyle. You mentioned
Rubber Soul, I believe.
Yes,
Rubber
you
Soul.
very randomly mentioned that in your email. I was quite a fan of that album, and I felt that Mr. Gans's character would be a big fan as well. It's the Beatles being very big in Germany, and so I included him being bored. You know, you need to feel...
Well, Vim, that's about all the time we have today. But we look forward to really talking with you next 2 weeks.
Yes, it'll be very fun. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Vim.
Yeah, thanks, Vim.
Guten Tag. Can't wait to get into all that next week.
Yeah.
Can't wait to mix it up with Vim. Sounds like he's got a lot to say.
Yeah, well, it
lots
seemed
to
like
offer.
he really had to go, so I'm glad you cut him off there.
Yeah, I mean, he's busy. You know, he's making movies. He's made documentaries about the Pope. He's got a big bunch of things he's juggling.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to take too much of his time there. I mean, I feel so grateful that he's going to be able to come and be here with us next week. But so, this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Throughout the country. They're doing fantastic work. Over there in Philadelphia, you got 5 centers that are doing terrific work. Over here in Orange County, you got one of the best hearing and speech clinics in the nation. You got a great rehabilitation center. Please get up and make a pledge. Thank you. Do it, kids. Do it now. Yeah. That's right. That's right. We're going there for 3.5 million. Yeah.
There are a lot of people. I'm going to say something, okay?
Yeah, sure, say something.
If I can get my breath.
While you're getting your breath, let's find out what the total is. It's 391,369. Look, can we in 5 minutes? That was the dancing. Can we get 400,000? Can we get 400,000 right now? 400,000 right now. Let's get 400,000. I'd like my mother to get all her friends together and to get that 9,000 right away, okay? Okay, Ma, thank you.
John, I just finished doing something that I love to do, and that's dance. But there are a lot of people who can't dance because they are handicapped. I've done a lot of work with cerebral palsy people, not just children, but adults. And in the 3 years that I've been working with people who have cerebral palsy, I have seen enormous changes take place and enormous strides made in the treatment of cerebral palsy because of the research that's gone into cerebral palsy. And if it weren't for Easter seals, we couldn't do those research things. And if it weren't for this telethon and telethons like this all across the country tonight, there'd be a lot of people who might never dance the way we just did, who because of your dollars may be able to. And that's all I have to say.
You're wonderful. Listen,
Okay.
listen, Mother in San Francisco, I think you're great, because the new total is 401,436.